Bay and taking on Long Duck Ting. Ting from Vietnam won that match and advanced to the final 32. Now we are on to the knockout stages. This is going to be the interesting, more exciting part of the tournament. Single elimination knockout, and our first matchup is none other than Singapore's Aloysius Yap taking on 16-year-old Filipino rising star Albert Manas. So we had a chance to talk to both players before this match, and let's hear from them now. I'm here with the Philippines' AJ Banas. This 16-year-old is still in high school. He's in 11th grade, and right now he's getting set to take on one of the hottest players on the planet, Singapore's very own Aloysius Yap. So, AJ, what do you think? You're taking on one of the best players in the world in his home country on the TV table. What's your thinking right now?
I'm very nervous because I'm playing with the Singapore number one player, and I will do my best. And yeah.
So you told me that you have been playing since you were 7 years old. So and your grandfather in the Philippines taught you. What have you learned from your grandfather and from all these other great players the Filipino players that you play with, to compete in a match like this?
Uh, just stay focused on the table. Don't 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 s- don't see to the other people, and just stay on the table.
Good advice. Now, it must be pointed out that, AJ, you won the junior tournament at the Hanoi Open. So you do have experience playing under pressure. Was there a lot of pressure in that tournament?
That's a lot of pressure because so many crowd watching.
Okay, so just play your game, right?
Just play the best in your game.
Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very pleased to be joined by Aloysius Yap from Singapore, playing in our next match right here on the TV table. Aloysius, you have been traveling the world in the last year, and you've been having your best year ever. What's it like to come back to your home country right here where you grew up, you learned to play the game, and you're playing in this big event?
I mean, it's always nice to play back home. Yeah, I've been traveling so much, so I'm pretty tired, but it's exciting, and I do hope there are more big events happening in my country. So yeah, I'm looking forward to my match later.
You always seem to play so relaxed. Are you under a little more pressure here because you're playing in Singapore?
Yeah, I mean for sure because because like everybody I know they're around here, and yeah, there's definitely more pressure playing in front of your home crowd. So yeah, I just hope to do my best and yeah, and enjoy the match.
What do you attribute your success to in the last year? Hard work, luck, combination of both?
Definitely a combination of both, and I think there's a lot more luck than yeah. I mean I work really hard in when I'm off tournaments. So yeah, they say that hard work, it will sort of like give you more luck. So hopefully I can get really lucky this time again.
Okay, so your opponent, do you know anything about him, AJ Manas?
Yeah, I know he won the Hanoi Open Junior. I know he's a good player, and yeah, so I'm looking forward to a like a exciting match. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for stopping by and best of luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, Gabriel, one thing I can say about Aloysius Yap is I've been here for a few days in Singapore and talk to anybody in the pool world, and you say, well, who's your favorite player? Aloysius Yap. I mean, he's only 27 years old, right? But yet everyone here looks up to him.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Aloysius is like our national hero when it comes to Nineball, especially. He's like the best there is in this country. Everybody knows him. Everybody looks up to him, and he's so humble in his approach. He's always willing to be there for photos, for advice, and everything. So he's very well liked by the community in Singapore.
He's a very nice young man, and perhaps he sees a little bit of himself in AJ Manas from the Philippines, who's just 16 years old, and Aloysius started when he was 9. This kid started when he was 7 years old, and he's lucky that his grandfather taught him, and they had a pool table in the family compound in Antipolo City in the Philippines, and so he was able to play because otherwise, at that age, obviously you can't go into pool halls. But he's a really great talent, and in Hanoi recently, where the Hanoi Open took place, they had a junior event, and AJ won that junior event.
Yeah, he won that. I think with a score of about 9-4 in the finals. Yeah, he's really, really good. And Aloysius, there's certainly a lot of similarities between AJ Manas and Aloysius. So I mean, I think AJ Manas might be looking up to Aloysius right now, as far as the other players are concerned.
Yes, I would think so. And he certainly told me that before the match. He's obviously very nervous playing on the TV table, playing here in Singapore, and Aloysius his home country. So, all right, let's go over the rules quickly. It's a race to 10, winner breaks. The winner moves on to the final 16, and the loser's out. So everything to play for here.
Yes.
You'll see that the players are breaking from inside that box there in the center. The ball must be inside. The cue ball must be in the center there. There's no 3-point rule. And again, winner break. So if you win the rack, you're back up at the table shooting again, and you can basically run the whole set.
And we've seen
if
that.
You can.
And we've seen that happen. Actually, Aloysius on the opposite end of the Ko Ping Chung game in the U.S. Open, when he lost 11-0. So I mean, anything can happen with winner breaks. So don't count anybody out, and the game is over when it's over, when the last 9 ball drops.
So most players shooting for that 1 ball to go into the side, but he did not get the 1, but he did get the 7 down, so he continues to shoot. Long shot here on the 1, difficult shot. What do you see for this shot?
I'm looking maybe for a safety, because knowing Aloysius, he's more of a conservative kind of player. He doesn't really go for these kinds of shots. I'm totally wrong there. What a brilliant shot by Aloysius.
Except there he does. But he, seeing as it had natural position on that shot to get to the 2 ball, maybe not as conservative as he didn't need to be that conservative.
He certainly saw value shooting that 1 ball, so I think that's why he opted to shoot it. Aloysius actually coming off a very good run in the US, when he played 2 matchrooms and he took the crown for both of them, the Battle of the Bull and the International Open. So he should be feeling high in confidence right now. Then you can see it when you shot the 1 ball. That was no hesitation, it was go, and he pulled the trigger.
That's right. He is clearly in stroke. He has been on the road. He has been playing in numerous events, and he has won. He won the International Open in Virginia, which field.
And it certainly helps to be playing in your home ground in Singapore. So the odds are stacked against AJ Manas here.
Well, the only thing you can say about that, and he mentioned it in the interview about, there's more pressure here because when he's on the road in the U.S., nobody's expecting anything, and don't really pay attention much to him. But here, obviously, everybody's just going, yeah, as I said, Aloysius Yap, oh, he's my hero, Aloysius Yap, they're expecting him to win. But that's what comes with being a pro and being playing at the highest levels. You got to deal with that kind of pressure.
It's so tough. What these guys do is so tough. What is dealing with that pressure? Apart from the pressure of the game, there's the pressure off the table. That's so hard to deal with. So Aloysius looks poised to be taking the first rack.
But he's at the point of his career that everyone in Singapore who watches Q Sports are expecting him to win. Yeah. So if he doesn't win, he has to have an explanation why.
Yes, especially local tournaments. No one expects him to lose. It's when you play a tournament and you see his name there, everybody just assumes that, oh, Aloysius, this is for Aloysius to win.
Aloysius keeps Manas in his chair for this first rack. A break and run. And Aloysius Yap goes up 1-0. Race to 10. Winner breaks, so Aloysius will be back up. AJ just has to bide his time and take advantage of any chance he gets. Be too much room for error here in this match.
So Ted, one of my favorite questions I'd like to ask. Score predictions for this game.
I'll call it 10-4.
10-4?
Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
You're in favor of Aloysius? Say that AJ's not capable. I mean, this guy here, Aloysius, is just in stroke, and he's been playing a lot, but he's been winning. He's been placing high in tournaments. This is one of the hardest sports in the world. You have to be a very hardy soul to be out there on the road trying to earn a living in pool. There are so many great players, and every year the players and the talent just keeps getting better and better. They come from more and more countries. And it is so difficult to get to the top and stay on the top.
Yes, and that comes with the work that Matchroom is putting in to help grow the sport in all regions of the world. So I'm really grateful that they are organizing tournaments so that talents like Albert Manas can come up and showcase their skills for the rest of the world to see.
Well, here we get our first look at the young Filipino. He's 16 years old. He's in the 11th grade. He had to ask permission to get out of high school this week. Next week he'll be back to his studies.
That's a good safety shot he's played there. But I think he's left a very easy one rail kick option for Aloysius. So I don't think that he will be expecting a ball in hand from this situation.
He doesn't look even 16, does he? He looks like 11.
Yeah, he looks good for his age. But just taking back to the break there, we realized that Aloysius has missed the one in the side for 2 racks in a row. So there's certainly some thinking that Aloysius needs to reflect upon.
Nicely done. Safety there. So how different would the TV table under these lights be from the tables on the outside?
Well, after talking to Sharon yesterday, he said that the tables are very dry, very nice, very slick as compared to the outside tables, which are a little bit more bouncy and a bit slower. So every TV table is, I think, will play a little bit more slick and different from the rest of the outside tables. So it certainly helps if you're very used to this environment, which Aloysius is. So for Albert Manas, I mean, he's played in many tournaments before that has this slick conditions. So I think he's quite accustomed to it as well.
Well, he was able to make contact on the one, but he's left that wide open. You mentioned how humble Aloysius is. How do you maintain that humbleness? I mean, when you're playing so well, it must be easy to get cocky and think you can't be beat. But every time I have seen and talked to Aloysius, he is the nicest young man you would ever want to meet.
Yes.
There's not like a bad bone in his body.
Yes. I think that mostly comes from his work ethic. He's always thinking about how he wants to improve himself, never thinking about his achievements and how well he's played. He's always looking at how to build himself to be a better player. So I think that certainly rubs on from his personality. So he's always humble, always thinking like, oh, he needs to improve in this aspect. Yes, I played well, but he wants to improve. He wants to be even better.
I had a long conversation yesterday with Paul Pan, from Asia Pool Promotions, and him and his son Dominic, the ones who are the driving force behind this event, promoting this event. And they took Aloysius under their wing when Aloysius was just 9 years old, and he was playing at home with a little fold up table, and all he ever wanted to do was play pool. And Paul was just, as he just kept telling me all this story about how they supported Aloysius and when he was just a child in his endeavors in pool, just how hard he works,
Yes.
how long he studies. He was looking at DVDs. He would go to the Q Shop. There you see the Q Shop logo there, the billiard supply store that they run here in Singapore. He would open up the books and read all the books and the strategies and all the techniques that you need to learn. I mean, he was a sponge, just soaking it up from wherever he could find information.
And it certainly shows in his talent that he's displaying now from where he started. And by and large, he has not really changed. He's still always open to learning, always open to trying new things. So he's always looking to be better.
Well, that's the recipe for a champion. Never resting on your laurels, always trying to improve, not being cocky. I mean, look at this. He's just expertly moving that cue ball around the table. It's all wide open for him now.
Well, there's a little bit of a problem with the 7 ball because it doesn't pass the 9 into the corner pocket. So will he be lining up a combination maybe?
Or get below the 7.
That's also a possibility. But it's always so hard. You have such a small area and your cue ball is traveling so much. It's really hard to control it in that small area. Well, but the position that he's played for the 6 to the 7 indicates that he's wanting to play the 7 in the same pocket as the 6 ball. Gotta watch that shirt. Didn't quite get there.
He ran into the 7. He wanted to come underneath it. Well, this could be an opportunity now for Manas to get one on the board.
I think he's still settling into the TV table conditions and how the rails run. So it's understandable that he's in the early stages. There will be some mistakes from Aloysius. What's he looking to do here, Ted?
Just put distance between the 2 balls.
So this isn't really an easy situation that Albert Manas is faced with. I think he's going attacking because it's so hard to play the safety. Looking to bank it up in the top left corner.
That's a great shot.
He's played that beautifully.
Beautiful from the 16-year-old, and he sets himself up in perfect position. So AJ with this 9 ball ties it up at 1 apiece. That will settle the nerves a bit. And Aloysius Yap will sit and wonder, well, maybe I have to do something a little better on my safety next time. He left a straight in bank shot for AJ. And I'm impressed the way he made that bank shot. It was with a very nice touch.
It was clean. It didn't even touch the side rail. It just goes to show his ability, his confidence ability that Albert Manas has. And it's a good way to get off the board. To start your distance with, to start your journey with, in this game with Aloysius.
Do not underestimate AJ Manas. Tied at 1 here in this round of 32. The winner moves on to the round of 16, and the loser is out.
So both players missing the 1 in the side. Could it be nerves, Ted? Or is it just unfamiliarity? Or they're just getting started? They're not warmed up yet?
They had a fair amount of practice on this table because we had over an hour break since the last match. It's one of those things. Nobody's been able to get a ball down yet. The 1 ball, rather, on the break. Again, they're always going to try to get that 1 ball in the side. So it'll be the lefty, Aloysius Yap, now shooting.
Looking to thin the left side of the 1 ball.
Oh, he's left that on.
You know, so often we see the professionals making the 1 in the side that we take it as a formality, but we forget how difficult that this break really is.
Well, when you watch a guy like Chung, just regularly just puts that 1 in the side, it makes it look so easy. And if you're watching him, you go, yeah, look, this must be easy. Just got to know where to put it on the table and hit it, and it automatically goes in. No, it doesn't. It's a real skill, that break shot.
Really, really tough. Much, much more difficult than the 1 on the spot.
Use the 8 ball as a guide and to help him get position on the 2.
It looks like he played that shot so you can get more angle for the cue ball to come up for the 2.
Very clever shot there.
It's the Filipinos. When you watch them play, they're all full of creativity and they're very innovative on the table. So they're really used to coming up with shots like this because it's just part of them. It's second nature comes to them.
Wow. That's impressive. He juiced that all the way over there for the 3 after banging home that 2 ball. The 16-year-old making some nice shots here.
What were you doing when you were 16 years old, Ted?
I wasn't playing any level.
Really quite
played a lot of golf when I...
It's really very remarkable that he's hit this standard at the age of 16 years old.
This is very impressive.
It's a very strong showing, early showing here from Albert Manas. And he's shown that he can deal with the nerves of being on the TV table.
He's got the whole toolkit, doesn't he? The pre-match nerves he talked about the pressure of playing Aloysius Yap here in Singapore on the TV table, they're gone. Nowhere to be found. He's already in stroke, and he's going to be up 2-1. AJ Manas from the Philippines. 2-1 over Aloysius Yap here in this race to 10. He'll be breaking in rack number 4, winner breaks format. And we'd like to thank our title sponsor, TE Capital, for helping make this event possible. Also the folks at the APF, Asian Pool Federation, and the Asian Pool Promotions, which is the commercial arm of the APF. Also the Matchrooms World Ball Tour. This event organized by Asian Pool Promotions, but winners here will get ranking points for the World Nineball Tour. Get enough points, you might find yourself with an automatic invite to one of their major events seen around the world, which could do quite a lot for your career. So there's a little more to play for than just the prize money here.
Especially if you're from the Asian contingent. It's so difficult to travel to US, to Europe to play all the tournaments. So finally something that's a little closer to home for vital ranking points is very important for these Asian players.
There, he got the 1 in the side. That's the ideal break. Shot on the 2. Well, you can see it. It's lined up with the 9 ball. 3's in the way of the pocket, though. Just to let you know that the one ball and the 9 ball always spot. All the other balls are racked at random.
This wrecked by our referee, so no chance of pattern wrecking or any sort of rack manipulation in any sense. So that's really good. In fact, all the tables, even the side tables, are wrecked by our referees. So this is a very fair tournament for it. It's really a showcase of whose skill is better.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? That's what the break box is all about, to try to toughen up the break rules. So nothing to do there but go safe, but he flubs that one. As you can see, he has left the 2 on. The 3 is sitting right there in the pocket. 4 is out in the open. This is a very nice looking table that has been left to Aloysius Yap. He should be able to tie this one up in no time.
So with everything in the open, I think that you're expecting Aloysius to clear. It seems like a formality here.
How would you assess his stroke? I've heard a lot of people say he kind of reminds them of a younger Wu Cha-Ching. They're both lefties. He's got this like sort of hesitation when he brings the cue back. How do you assess his stroke? It appears to me to be very strong.
It's funny that
very solid.
It's funny you brought up Wu Jia-Qing because that's actually his idol growing up. I think
that's what Paul Pan mentioned to me, that was one of the guys when he was young would he'd say, hey, look, he won the world title at 16 years old. I want to be that guy.
Yeah, I mean, Aloysius spends a lot of time on his stroke, always refining it, practicing so that he can replicate it and be sort of robotic in that sense. He's an avid fan of Fedor Ghost, so he really wants to have that kind of consistency in his game.
So after they leave by Manas on the safety, Left the table wide open, and Yap clears the colors. And now we're
So Aloysius, it's interesting to see how Aloysius' approach will be for this next break, because he has failed to make those side for the past two breaks. So maybe shifting the cue ball a bit to the side, or change sides to the side that AJ breaks from. So often you see them doing that.
15 other matches on our outside table. This is the round of 32. Vietnam's Bui Trong An up 9-2 over Singapore's Joel Lai. Pao Amoroto up 9-1 over Ko Ping Han, who's the younger brother of Ko Ping Yi and Ko Ping Chung. Vietnam's Luong Doc Ting 8-2 over Emmanuel Delgado. Races to 10. There it is. One ball in the side. Shot on the 2.
The players are always looking to get that cue ball into the 9. You'll see that a lot of golden breaks happen because that's what the players are playing for. Also to stop the cue ball, to have some control in the middle of the table to maximize their chance for the shot on the lowest number.
Increase the percentages.
Yes.
So by having the cue ball in or around the center of the table. He executed just what you said perfectly just now.
So all the players, that's what they're looking for. Because if it doesn't hit that 9, it's going to be zipping up back and forth, and there's not much control on that cue ball. So all the best breakers in the world are fantastic at shooting that cue ball into that 9 ball.
Excellent analysis, Gabriel. That says it all about the break shot.
So Aloysius evaluating his options here for the safety on the 2 ball. He played some form of two-way shot, trying to bank the 2 past the 4, while also leaving it behind the 8 and 9. Could we see the jump cue make an appearance again?
We will see Shorty. Indeed. Can he see it directly? He's going to have to go in the rail first.
From this
I think
angle,
he can see it.
Yeah, I think he can see it, but very thin. He's got to hit it really good. He's almost made that 2 ball after the jump.
Again, the safety works to the advantage of Yap. Honest leaves the 2 ball open.
So Ted, what's your take on the jump cues and jumping the 9 ball and in general?
I've lived in the Philippines a long time. They're the old timers there. They're like Efren, Bustamante. They don't like the jump cue. You put a player in a safety, and you should have to play out of the safety. If you're going to jump with your regular cue, not a specialty cue like a jump cue. Having said that, I understand that argument, and I understand the other side of the discussion where it's it's part of the game. It's an exciting part of the game. The crowd loves the jump cue. Oh my!
That's a very rare miss from Aloysius there.
Wow.
Note that down. Aloysius missed an open shot. I don't see that too often, Ted.
That was an elementary shot, maybe a lapse of concentration. So just that 8 ball tucked up against the 9, not exactly against it, but it's going to require some positional play to get at the 8 ball. I mean, if you lock down an opponent with a safety, it's nice to see if they can kick their way out of it. That's would seem to be the fair way to do it. But again, the jump cue is not going anywhere, so you might as well just enjoy it because
It's here to stay.
it is exciting.
Yes. And some of the things that the players can do with the jump cue is really amazing.
Would be interesting to see a tournament where jumping was allowed, but not the jump cue. I'm not sure the manufacturers of jump cues would agree to that. They do sponsor pool.
Yes.
They sell a lot of jump sticks because of that.
I think that in America, there's some tournaments, maybe the smaller ones, that are actually without jump cues. So yeah, there's a lot of people in America that believe that jump cues aren't the way to go forward. But with Matchroom, it's here to stay. So might as well get good at it if you're really thinking about turning pro. And
oh yeah. So this has been pretty elementary after that glaring mistake, and this is what you do. You don't let your opponent off the hook in this game. There's just not enough balls on the table. You make a mistake, you will pay for it at this level. AJ Manas now up 3-2 after the miss on the 3 ball by Singapore's Aloysius Yap. See that coming up here in these hits.
so to update on the recent results, we have Ko Ping Yi beating Jeffrey Ignacio with a score of 10-1.
Wow.
He's really on fire.
That's surprising.
Ko Ping Yi
we expected that to be a lot closer.
Yes. Jeffrey Ignacio is having a good year. Recently finished runner-up in the Taiwanese 9-ball tournament organized by Matchroom, where he lost to Ko's younger brother, Ko Ping Chung. Yeah, he's having a good run.
Well, we didn't get a chance to watch that because we're here, and but looks like Ko must have put a few racks together there and kept Ignacio in his chair.
Yes. All eyes on Singapore's golden boy and possibly Philippines' new golden boy.
Well, if he manages to pull off the upset here, he will be right at the top of the media scrum, that's for sure. And there's a lot of great players in the Philippines, that young up-and-coming players, veterans right now. It's not easy to get noticed, but he leads Aloysius Yap too, playing good pool, and Yap, a few errors have allowed Manas at the table and to grab this 3-2 lead.
You talk about how much talent there is in Philippines. Just by looking at the last 32, there is 15 players from the Philippines.
That's half the field.
Yes. I mean, that just shows where the talent is in how much talent there is in Philippines. It's amazing.
On the dry break, Yap comes up and executes a push out.
So Aloysius is opting to jump this. Well, AJ Manas
Gave it back.
gave it back because he can't reach his left. He's not left-handed. He's right-handed. So that's quite a smart push out there by Aloysius, using that to his advantage.
Oh, he very nearly made that.
But Ted, I can't really understand why he took that jump shot. It was such a difficult task to do, getting that cue ball all the way back to the two ball that was on the other side of him.
What would you have liked to see him play? Or give?
Honestly, with so many balls there, I thought that he might be kicking at it, trying to get the cue ball behind any one of those balls. Those four balls, the 4, 5, 9 and the 7. But his jump is, of course, top notch. So I can understand the confidence in the ability.
Cue ball is going to be doing some traveling. 2's at the top of the table. The 3 all the way at the other end.
As with that 6 ball there, placing for this 3 ball, it's not easy.
No.
Played it with a lot of inside spin. Possibly as some form of two-way shot, not using those 3 balls as a blocker. So Aloysius with the jump cue again. Mix that with...
Oh, I think he's going to like this. Well, it's just a bit short.
Can't pop the 3 ball. He can play a very tight safety to put AJ Manas in a world of trouble. Is he lining up the carom on the 6 ball?
There you can see he's using that wall of balls there as blockers.
So one thing that Aloysius does that is good for amateur players to pick up would be that he doesn't like to get too cute playing his shots. He does something simple but effective, and it's really worked out for anyone that's looking to improve their game, to take their game to the next level. I think that watching Aloysius is certainly one of the ways that you can really improve in as fast as possible.
Keeping things simple.
Yes. Chung and Yi are also great examples of how you can play the game in such a simple manner. Made good contact with the 3 ball, but he's left it. So a chance for AJ Manas to pull out a 2-rack lead over Aloysius Yap.
Absolutely. If he can put a few racks together, he can apply some serious heat on the Singaporean great.
But I gotta say that these center pockets aren't easy. They are really tight.
4¼ inches.
Yes.
4-inch pockets on the corner. Ooh.
Just as we said it, commentators curse.
No, actually, you predicted it, so it's not the curse. You know, it's actually you said yes. These are tight. That's not an easy shot. It's not a straight-in shot.
It's not as easy as the common viewer would think it is.
No, it's very
These
difficult.
aren't your regular tables in the Paul, or these are professional playing conditions that we have here in Aspire Recreational Center. So one more question for you, Ted. Are you a fan of the bigger pockets or the smaller pockets?
Well, obviously, you want to see the best players win. So you got to toughen up the game. It's as simple as that.
I'm a huge fan of the smaller pockets.
Yeah, you got to toughen up the game. The bigger the pockets, obviously, the lesser players can come through, and there's more upsets by lesser players. That might be exciting, but first of all, you want it to be fair, and you want it to be as competitive as can be, but you want the best players to come through.
Yes. And the standard that this change has made to the game and the players is obvious for everybody to tell. Everybody has improved tremendously from the time before, when it was the bigger pockets and the one on the spot with the magic rack. Now with this new format, the tighter pockets and the trickier racks, players have really grown in their game. One of which I feel would be Joshua Filler. Last time when he first came out to the scene, he was very loose with the cue ball. But as time went on, he played all these matchroom tournaments. I think he realized that that the cue ball had to be a little bit better. And now his cue ball is phenomenal, and he's probably the best player in the world because he can mix that accuracy with a very good cue ball control. So Aloysius has fallen a little short on this 9-ball.
So after the bobble on the side pocket shot from AJ, it's Yap who cleans up the colors and ties it at 3. Here you see the highlights from that rack. You'll see coming up the missed shot on the 4-ball, I believe.
Yeah, it's
on
the 4-ball
in the side pocket. So we'd also like to thank our equipment sponsors here. Rasson, Mr. Sung's Acura Pool Table. That's the official table of the TE Capital 9-ball Open. As we watch that 9-ball go down again. Dynasphere's Palladium Pool Balls. Bringing us back to more of the traditional colors of pool balls. CPBA Royal Cloth on the tables. Perimeter lighting, providing the nice lighting setup here at the Aspire Recreation Center in the Harbourfront Mall, in the heart of Singapore. Aloysius Yap ties it up at 3. Winner breaks format. He's at the table breaking.
He's gotten the 1 in the side and cue ball into the 9, but he has no shot for the 2-ball. That's just what makes this break so intricate, is the unpredictability of it. Even you hit it, even though you could, you're not guaranteed a shot on the lowest number ball.
The other side of that, though, is it doesn't matter what rules you play. I've watched thousands of hours of pool, especially 9-ball. But It's one thing that never changes. I don't care what the size of the pockets are, what break rules you're using. It's called the pressure. Even when there were pockets were buckets, as soon as that pressure's on late in an event, money on the line, world championships on the line, that pressure is the great equalizer.
Yes.
So you have to be able to handle the pressure. Probably more than anything. That's the thing that separates the average player on the pro circuit from the champions.
No amount of training can prepare you for the pressure, right?
That's right. Who can handle the pressure? Who can close out matches? I think that for the fans, that casual fans of pool, that's really what you got to look for. As we get closer to the championship, you will notice and feel it. The pressure and the tension will rise, and there's nothing quite like the pressure of a professional pool match when everything's on the line. It is sometimes even so much pressure it's hard to watch because you actually feel sorry for the players, but that's what it's all about. Plus the money is not really up to where a lot of sports are, so it makes a big difference.
Every cent counts.
Everything counts. And sometimes your entire career can come down to a slight millimeter turn of the ball.
I think one of the commentators put it very, very well. You travel thousands of miles only to depend on millimeters of the ball. So I think he perfectly summed up Nineball in that one sentence.
It's a very cruel sport. So those that do rise to the top, like in Aloysius Yap, you really you don't just congratulate him for just winning a tournament. It's for persevering through hell and high water. So safety exchanges here. Tied at 3. Talk about tension. I think there's a bit of tension out here right now.
Especially with this wreck. Everything being wide in the open. This 2-ball, a slight misplay on the safety here could result in a loss of wreck. So you talk about handling pressure. Over the years of commentary, who do you think has been the best at handling pressure?
Darren Appleton.
Darren Appleton. He's certainly one of...
When he was in his prime,
yeah,
in pool, there was nobody like him. Ooh.
Q-Bot's got to make a reel.
Yeah, he's not really playing his best here.
So could it be the pressure from the home support that's getting to Aloysius?
Maybe, knowing that a lot of people are counting on him to win. You talk about that pressure. Was in the World Nineball Championship. I believe it was 2013 that Darren Appleton won. He was playing Li Wen of China in the finals, and Appleton was cruising to victory. I believe he was up 10-2, 12-3. It was a race to 17, I believe, and it was a race to 15, something like that. But everybody was online going, that's it, the new world champion, congratulating him, and then all of a sudden, little by little, Li Wen started chipping away. It was, no, this isn't going to happen. It can't happen. There's no way he can come back from that. Well, sure enough, he came back. I was right. It was a race to 13. Tied it up at 12.
Wow.
And it was Appleton's break. It was an alternate break format. He was breaking in the final rack. And when he stood up out of his chair, I mean, the crowd was in a frenzy. Couldn't believe what they were seeing. His shoulders were slumped over. And you just thought, there's no way he can even hold the cue, much less get through this rack. But sure enough, he bore down with the weight of the world, the weight of the universe on his shoulders, and he managed to pull out that rack. He ran the rack, actually.
That's something very commendable. You know, to wrestle over the initiative like that in a hill final of the biggest pool
After
championship.
blowing a massive
Yes,
lead
exactly.
in the World Championship,
in
and
the
all his
biggest pool
confidence
tournament. Yes, exactly.
going just right out the door. He had all the confidence was shot. But he managed to, he said afterwards, it was all about just telling yourself, go back to the fundamentals. So nicely done here from AJ Manas. So he was down 1-0, tied it up at 1. Then he was down 2, tied it up at 2. Then he was down 2-3, tied it up at 3. And he takes his first lead.
So just a little state from the outside tables. We have Chung in 10-2 over Nguyen Manduk. And Jason Mayas, which is actually having a fantastic tournament so far, started off by beating Carlo Biado in the first round. So he's beat Nguyen Antoine 10-5, also a very good player from Vietnam. Lung Dut Tien has beaten Emmanuel Delgado 10-2. So he's certainly recovered after that shocker of a loss he had yesterday.
Another one who's good at handling pressures, we talked about earlier, Wu Cha-ching. Fantastic player under pressure.
To win the World Championship at 16 years old.
Oh. Just...
And actually beat Kuo Po Chung.
Kuo Po Chung, yes.
He break and ran the last 5 racks, right, to take it home.
I was there, saw that in person. That was an incredible feat. So there you...
But most of the players that you're talking about now are all probably from a little bit last, like 10 years ago. But how about now, the modern game? Anybody that stands up particularly to you?
Well, just look at the winners. Like you said, Filler. You talked about how great his stroke is. Filler, Gorst. Good pressure play. David Al-Kaidi of Spain.
Filler is really amazing.
Shane Van Boening, very resilient player. One of the greats ever.
I think one of the best moments last year was seeing Shane Van Boening pull off his first World Championship, winning the World Nineball. And you could see how much it meant to him. He won everything there is to win, and this World Championship just eluded him for like the entire of his career.
Yeah, and he made it to the finals several times.
Yes.
And lost. Never lost hope. Oh, obviously, AJ Manas not intimidated by getting into the muck and mire with Aloysius Yap in a safety battle. Been performing extremely well here, whereas Yap seems to have lost a bit of focus. Rack number 5 was a bit of a turning point. It was 2-2 at that point, and Yap missed a very makeable short shot on the 3. And right since then, all the racks have gone to Manas. And here again,
He's made a very good contact with the 2 ball right there.
It's open.
That's the difference when you're looking at amateur level and at a pro level. The difference is at an amateur level, this 2 ball might not be makeable for the amateur players, but for these professionals, these balls just are hangers for them.
How about this? It's a pretty good looking table here for the 16-year-old with a chance to put a little bit of distance between himself and the great Aloysius Yap.
So it's a good opportunity for AJ Manas to get some momentum here. So maybe, you never know, he could string a few racks together after this, and Aloysius will be really feeling the heat.
Yeah, we are fully expecting Aloysius will mount a comeback, so now's the time for AJ Manas. This is it, right here. We used to say in the U.S. you have to make hay while the sun shines. And the sun is certainly shining right now on AJ Manas. Up 4-3, looking soon to go up 5-3. Winner breaks, race to 10. It's time to put them racks together.
Just landed a little bit on the wrong side of the 7 ball. So I think that he would be just rolling the cue ball down and swinging for a long shot on the 9 ball. Just weighing it up now, evaluating his options. Go around the rails, and he's landed a little funny on that 9 ball.
Little tester here. This is indeed a tester because of the score line. This is where he has to make it happen. He cannot let Yap off the hook. He did it. Not even a question. Boy, this kid's got talent. 16 years old, AJ Manas from Antipolo City in the Philippines. Not phased at all by the circumstances here. TV table in Singapore, the home country of his opponent, Aloysius Yap. Yap, one of the hottest players in the world at the moment. But right now, all the momentum on the side of AJ Manas.
I must say that this performance has been quite spectacular so far.
Really impressed.
The fact that he's not letting his opponent get in his head is really a commendable thing. It's something that pros have to deal with so often, and it's probably the hardest part, this mental aspect. So the fact that he's got that dialed down, it just shows that he's on the right path. He's almost there to becoming one of the top pros in the world.
It's got a nice that shirt he's wearing. Is that his picture on the shirt?
It certainly looks so.
That's a bit unusual, isn't it? He's got a big picture of his face. Yeah, look at that. He actually moved the cue ball to the other side of the box, and he finds success with that break. One down, the 1 ball, and the orange 5 is also down. 2 balls in.
So he's got a real tester on the 2 ball right here, but with the 3 hanging over the pocket, he just needs to focus on making it.
Oh yeah, AJ, what's going on, young man? He's like letting the arm out now.
These are worrying signs for Aloysius. If I was Aloysius, I'll be feeling that, oh, this is not good. This is not looking good for me. He could be calling a timeout after this rack.
I would imagine that the timeout is coming. That's a little tactic that a lot of the players use. You know, you generally allowed 1 timeout a match. I think here they do allow them more than 1, but sometimes it's, you know, that timeout, not just to head to the men's room, which they do, but it's just to sort of change up the vibe. Get out of the arena for a few minutes and then come back, and hopefully the vibe changes. But right now there's nothing that Yap can do because it's a winner breaks format. Manas is in total control.
So he's fallen a little bit flat on the 7 ball. He will want to have more angle on this, but it's still makeable. Brilliant stroke there.
Doesn't seem to phase him, does he? He just makes the adjustment.
Also a little bit straight on the 8 ball, so he's got to let out the stroke a little bit to get down to the 9. He's really in the groove on Ted.
Wow. This is something. So that's 6 racks.
Looks
Rather,
like
5 in a row.
looks
5
like that our score
racks
prediction.
in a row for AJ Manas. Imagine that. And it's not been all break and runs. That was a break and run. But he's shown a lot of billiard IQ in the safeties. He's shown a lot of fortitude in his shot making. He's not phased at all. Here he is. Winner breaks. He's shooting again. Still a long way to go, though. This is a race to 10. And just as the match turned in rack number 5 with that missed 3 ball by Aloysius Yap, it can also turn just as quickly back the other way.
Aloysius is more than capable of putting 5 or 6 together.
Well, he's got the 1 ball down. He's going to have a shot on the 2, I believe. Looks like it.
Unfortunately for Aloysius, the 3 and the 8 are tied up.
Yes, that's the one you have to. He can make the 2, but the 3, as you see, look at it, marry up against the 8. So that will be the problem ball for 8. The red 3.
So Aloysius looking a little bit dejected in his chair there, thinking about all the mistakes that he's had.
Yeah, you think he looks a bit uncomfortable. But he knows the sport of pool at this level, sometimes you just got to ride out the rough patches, wait for your opportunity.
Oh, what a shot played
Oh,
by
come on.
What a shot played by
Come on, folks. You're looking at a really, really strong 16-year-old. Look at this. That's with total confidence. He busted up that little booster, and now the table is open. Dare I say, if he gets to 7, well, you can sort of see the finish line. It's there. It's not totally there, but I mean, this is incredible.
Well, that's when the pressure really kicks in, when you can see the finishing line. You're almost there.
That's right.
That's where the pressure, when it kicks in, the arm gets a little bit tighter.
We're not going to get too excited, but this is fun.
He's got a little bit of a good flick there over the 7 ball. So you can really see that the balls are running in favor of AJ Manas, but of course he certainly has earned that privilege by playing the way he's been playing.
He is rolling along. 2 break and runs in a row for 16-year-old AJ Manas, going up against one of the top players in the world, in Aloysius Yap. And he's in control of the table. He's in control of his emotions. He's playing the better pool. What a story this is. Still, though, as my partner here, Gabriel, said, these are the hardest racks right here. The hardest points to get, the last few.
Yes, it's always the hardest.
We'd like to thank our trade sponsors here at the TE Capital Nineball Championship, Kamui Tips and Chalk. The Q Shop here in Singapore, billiards trade sponsor. Also like to thank our commercial sponsors, Arbor, Sinsu Lee, Sunray, and of course we'd like to thank all the folks here at this wonderful venue, airport, the Harborfront Mall, the Aspire Recreation Center. So our players have decided to take a break, as we predicted. That was probably initiated by Aloysius Yap, trying to change up the momentum, do anything to get back in this match. Lots of action going on our outside tables. We'll take a short break, and when the players come back in just a minute, we'll be right back with the continuation of this very entertaining match. So that it didn't take long. Now back up at the table, trying to extend his lead to 5. AJ Manas. Oh, he's got the break. He's got the 9. Oh, the 9 very nearly went in. And now it's sitting there right over the pocket. Does the 2 pass? He's getting down to look at it. It appears some sort of gap. Boy, that's a hanger right there. Oh, yeah. He'll be going after that. There it is. An absolute layup. And all of a sudden, it is 8-3. Yes, you're looking at, that's not a mistake. 8-3. The 2-9 combination. Gabriel, you didn't even have a chance to get back quick enough from your break to the men's room to see that. The 9 was hanging over the pocket after the break shot, and the 2 was right in line. Here, you'll see it again. There you go, kicking that 9, as Gabriel mentioned, that they try to kick that 9, and you know, one of the reasons is to perhaps get that golden break. But hey, that's just as good right there.
Yes. That's the benefits that come along with having a very good break that AJ Manas has.
He does have a great break. He hasn't changed his demeanor, his emotions at all this entire match. Again, he was down 1-0, tied it up at 1. He was down 2-1, tied it up at 2. And he took his first lead. Rack number 5, 3-2. Yap tied it up at 3. And then from there, he's won 5 straight.
I think that this game so far, AJ Manas has been the better player, right? I mean, he's only missed 1 ball in the 6th rack. And other than that, he's done no wrong. He's won all the safety exchanges.
Yeah, a near flawless effort by AJ Manas. Again, I mean, you might have heard me say it. He's only 16 years old. Look at that. The one down.
And the two settled.
And
perfect.
there's a shot on the two. I believe the three will pass at the top of the table. Pass by the 8. There's still some work to do here. He's muddling the pressure. I mean, outwardly it doesn't look like he is, but come on, he's 2 away from a massive upset. And to take down Yap in Singapore. Ooh, that's huge. Surely the butterflies are churning inside. Can he hold his nerve? Oh.
He's overran for the 3 there.
A little too much adrenaline, maybe. And you can see there, he knows it.
But fortunately for him, he's in a very good position to play a very tight safety on Aloysius.
Nicely done.
And at this point, Aloysius can't really afford to give up ball in hand for his opponent to run out. Because one more rack and he's on the hill.
4 p.m. today. All the matches will be played at 4 p.m.
Vital that he makes contact here. He does, but where will it end up?
He's left a 3-7 combination, which is very makeable. But you never know with combinations where 3 is going and where the cue ball is going.
Nice touch. He's really got a touch, doesn't he? He's got a feel.
I think one of the reasons why he's just underrun that a little, but one of the reasons why he's so in stroke, he's so comfortable, I think it's got to do with his run in the tournament so far. He's played 2 very tough players in Chung and Lu Huichen, who has just come off a big tournament victory. So, those aren't easy players to play against. And they certainly help in the confidence and in getting in stroke.
Wow. Just amazing to watch. Could have easily slipped up on that shot. That was a bit of a tester at this stage. This is what we talked about earlier, the pressure. The great equalizer, but looks like he's having pressure for lunch here. Wow. What would this mean? You're from Singapore. What would this mean for Yap to be knocked out in the round of 32?
Of course, it's a bit disappointing.
Especially by a, not a real name here. We're not talking about, the Ko Ping Yi, Ko Ping Chung, or Johan Chua here. We're talking about AJ Manas, someone that not many people have heard of. There it is. He moves to 9-3 on the hill, meaning 1 away from a spot in the final 16. And this against one of the best players in the world, the hometown hero, Aloysius Yap. This is the story of the tournament so far, by far.
As a Singaporean, it's kind of disappointing. But, I mean, that's the way the game is, right? Anything can happen. And with reference to that, this game is still not over yet.
It's not over yet.
Especially with the winner breaks format, anything can happen. the next thing Aloysius will just be hoping for is to get a chance. Just a chance to even get another on the board.
Chalking up his very last break. Albert A.J. Manas from Antipolo City in the Philippines. He's an 11th grader. Next week he'll be back in school. He said he wants to finish high school, which goes up to 12th grade in the Philippines, and then he wants to, commit full time to playing professionally. I'd say that's a good idea.
He certainly has a bright future ahead of him.
Oh, see, here we go. Now he doesn't make the one anything down. No.
I think that was a mixture of a bad break and not very tight racking. As you can see, the 9-ball just went down the table immediately upon contact. So not too good from the referee there.
I mean, it's a template racket. Shouldn't it all the balls be together?
Well, at least that's what it was designed for.
All right, what does Aloysius do here?
I think he's looking for safety behind the 4-ball. Oh, he's underran that by a lot.
It's just all gone south.
So it really seems that Aloysius hasn't really settled into this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a glaring error. He had a lot of room there to maneuver to get that cue ball in a lockdown position, but he left it wide open for Manas.
He seems to be struggling a lot with the speed of the table.
Yes.
Oh,
this is a huge error.
That was almost amateurish from AJ Manas.
Can you close the question? We talked about it earlier in the match. It doesn't matter if there's a break box or not, if the pockets or buckets. Can you handle the pressure? Right now, AJ Manas in this rack clearly has folded from the pressure with those shots right there. That was not good.
Yes.
I mean, he's performed incredible up to this point, but getting across that finish line. See, now this could really affect him moving forward, assuming that Yap can get this rack, clear this. If Manas does get a chance at the table, he'll be thinking about that.
Well, this isn't an easy rack to clear.
No.
This 2 to the 3 will be the key shot in this rack. He's got a nice flick on the 3-ball there. So what Aloysius really needs to do is he has to clear this rack. Oh, but it's a process, and it has happened many times, in fact. When SVB won the World 9-Ball Championship, he was down 10 racks to 3 against Mika Immonen. So, you never know. You never know. In fairness to Aloysius, he hasn't really done anything too bad. He's missed a couple and played a few loose safety shots, but other than that, it's all been AJ Manas.
His shot making has been loose, though. And that's allowed Manas to grab some racks, but it's really been hats off to Manas, because it's one thing to get a chance. He's capitalized on those chances. So finally, Yap on the brink of disaster. He's going to get one back here. 9-4. He staves off defeat for the moment.
So Ted, with all the last 32 games over, everybody should be crowding around this table. Do you think that benefits Aloysius, or it benefits AJ Manas?
Well, right now, even though Manas is up comfortably 9-4, the momentum just swung back. That's a huge momentum swing right there. I guarantee you that Manas is still thinking about that scratch. He had two very poor shots in this previous rack. It's been about 30 minutes since Yap took a point. 9-4 winner, so you're never out of it. The longer he can keep Manas in his chair, the more doubt will creep into Manas's mind whether he can finish this off. Oh no.
He still hasn't gotten that break.
No.
There's a chance for AJ Manas to close out the game here.
This is it. Again, has to put that stakes of the last rack out of your mind. Easier said than done. Lots of work to do, as you can see.
So this first shot is really tricky. He's got it. Wow, that's a very good shot from AJ Manas there. Under the circumstances, that was fantastic. Bouncing back after that scratch he had in the previous rack.
Doesn't appear to be too many problems here. Once he gets past this 2-ball, the adrenaline must be pumping inside right now for AJ Manas. And that is what he's going to have to try to temper.
He's landed on the 3. The 4 is right next to it, so he doesn't really have to do too
And
much.
the 5
with
is
the cue
right
ball.
down there. So 6 is waiting there. It's all there.
So just a little bit of a score update from the last 32. We have had a big upset with European Open runner-up Anton Raga.
Wow, he overhit that a little bit. And look, he's going to... Now he has to pull out the rest. You can see he wasn't happy with that.
Many players aren't very comfortable with this rest.
He does not look comfortable.
He doesn't
right
look
now
comfortable
at all.
Bridging over the 6 and the 9 there. But I still favor him to make it. It's quite a makeable shot.
He's still got to get position on the 6. It's wide open, the 6. Got to make the 5 first. Oh, it didn't go. This is unbelievable.
That's big.
That's what happens when you get out of position. It's a slippery slope in pool. Oftentimes you see this from players. They don't make it back after losing the position, and whoa.
That's a big stare from AJ Manos.
Can he close it out? That's the question. I know the question is going through his mind. He's questioning himself right now. He's in total control. He's up 9-4 in a race to 10. But he is under serious duress.
I think it's finally creeped into his mind that, oh, I'm going to beat Aloysius Yap in Singapore.
You can't think like that until the match is actually over.
Yeah. So, oh
no.
Aloysius.
No.
What happened to Aloysius this game? It's just not gone. Anything has not gone his way. He just seems to be a different person today.
He had a lot of room to work with there. There's no reason for that. Now what? Come on, Gabriel. Put yourself in his shoes.
I'm speechless. I want Aloysius to do well, but
yeah, you don't like to see that, obviously.
I mean, but he just hasn't played well. I think he's just looking to have a good contact with the 6 ball and getting as much distance as possible. That's all he can afford to do.
Oh no.
This is not good.
I mean, that is. Did he try to pot that? What was he doing?
I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell because the speed was totally off, and
I mean that was completely off. No matter what, if he tried to pot it, he didn't hit it enough. Where's the safety there? There was no distance. Couldn't quite figure that one out.
I think that he's just all over the place now mentally.
Yes, he's very much out of sorts. Okay, but this isn't over yet. Should be over.
Yes, I think that AJ Manos would certainly clear up these balls here. Playing 1 reel for the 9.
So this 9 goes. This will be a monumental upset in the world of pool. AJ Manos, just 16 years old, takes down one of the hottest players in the world, Singapore's very own Aloysius Yap. 10-4. And it wasn't easy at the end there for Manos, but it also wasn't easy for Yap, and that allowed Manos to limp across the finish line there at the end, and he gets the famous victory. Your thoughts, Gabriel?
Well, disappointing from a Singaporean's perspective. We all wanted Aloysius to win this tournament in his home ground, but I'm not taking anything away from AJ Manos. What a performance, what a showing there from the 16-year-old to pull off a monumental upset against Aloysius Yap.
That's right. For 98% of that match, Manos played brilliant. It was just there at the end, he stumbled.
Yes.
And I'm sure, that'll do something of confidence, that, hey, he did close it out, even though he was helped in closing it out by just a poor effort on that bank shot on the 6 ball.
And Aloysius has a lot to reflect upon. I think going to the next tournament, he will be working a lot of things, and AJ Manos just has to keep up the good work.
Yeah, that was very disappointing. Very disappointing for Yap. So yeah, that had a massive disappointment for Aloysius Yap. But he'll have plenty of time to think about that as he exits the TE Capital Nineball Championship. Albert AJ Manos, the 16-year-old 11th grader from the Philippines, moves on to the final 16. And we're going to have a word with the youngster, a very happy AJ Manos, when we come back after this.
Experience the pinnacle of billiard excellence with our precision-crafted cloth, trusted by champions worldwide. Engineered for flawless play, it's the surface that elevates your game. From professionals to enthusiasts, discover a world where mastery meets innovation. Explore our range of colors and textures to express your unique style. Elevate your game with us. Visit our website today at www.cpbabrand.com.
You don't have to play like a pro to enjoy the game I love.
If you've ever played in a friend's basement, you can compete in an APA league. In the APA, everyone can play and anyone can win. So if you're looking for a fun night out with your friends and family, join an APA pool league today.
Have fun, meet people, play pool.
Visit poolplayers.com today.
To the round of 16. Now, AJ, we've seen that 6 racks in a row, 5 racks in a row, getting to 9 wins first. When you hit the 2-9 combination, what was going through your head? Would you think that this title or the win would be yours? Nung natamaan mo yung 9, yung 2-9, naisip mo na ba panalo na ba ito?
Yeah, I think I can win the match because the balls are pinapaboran ako ng bola. Ayun, kaya naisip ko na I can win the match.
He thought he could win the match because the balls were falling in his favor. But that wasn't the case, of course, when you scratched on the 1, you gave an opportunity to Aloysius, and he got 2 in a row. And then you missed the 5 ball again. What was going through your mind when you missed the 5 ball? Nung nagbintis ka na 5, ano nang naisip mo nun?
Sabi ko na lang, hayaan ko na lang, mag-focus na lang ako sa susunod na game para makuha ko na yung huling game para manalo.
Then Aloysius, of course, had to go through a problem with his positional shot. When he missed, did you feel a lot better now?
Gumaan yung pakiramdam ko dahil medyo konti lang yung bola, kaya-kaya ko nang ubusin.
He said he knew he was going to win right after that. Now, of course, moving into the final 16, what are the thoughts now? Umabot ka na rito sa sa quarterfinal round. Ano na naisip mo?
Masaya na ako dahil malayo na rin yung top 16, malaki na din yung malaking bagay na din yung para sa akin kasi bago pa lang naman ako sumasali sa mga international tournaments.
He says it's a big deal for him to make it to the final 16, and he's going to do his best. Now, pagkakataon mo ng bumate, a chance for you to greet everybody back home, especially your relatives watching right now.
Maraming salamat dyan sa family ko, sa lolo ko, sa lola ko, sa lahat ng pamilya ko, and sa sponsor ko, kay Boss Bembem, pati sa kay Boss Edrin. Yun lang, salamat.
Congratulations, AJ Manas, through to the round of 16. Gentlemen.
Thanks very much, Noel. And you heard him there. He actually said thank you first to his grandfather and grandmother, the Lolo and Lola, back in the Philippines. It was his grandfather that taught him the game when he started playing at 7 years old. And Lolo taught him extremely well. He just took down one of the top players in the world and a hometown favorite here in the round of 32, Aloysius Yap, and by an astonishing scoreline of 10-4. It's a little rough there at the end, but he managed to limp across the finish line and get the job done. So it's AJ Manas of the Philippines, just 16 years old. He's into the round of 16, and Aloysius Yap is out. So we have more to come here at the Aspire Recreation Center at the Harborfront Center in Singapore. And our next match coming up in just a short while will be Mickey Krauss of Denmark versus Ko Pin Chung of Chinese Taipei. We'll see you shortly. And welcome back to the TE Capital Nineball Open Championship here at the Aspire Recreation Center in the heart of exciting Singapore. Ted Lerner joined by Eddie Rivera for our next match here in the final 32, the round of 32. This will determine who is in our round of 16. And we got a good one for you. We've got the number 4 ranked player on the World Nineball Tour rankings, Ko-Ping Chung. I think you could say fairly he is the hottest player out there right now.
Yeah,
there is. There is nobody playing better than him. And he'll be taking on Denmark's Mickey Krauss there. And the players will lag. It's a winner breaks format. And how do you see this match playing out? I mean, obviously, Mickey's an underdog. What does Mickey have to do to be competitive here?
Well, he's been playing strong all tournament long, so he's definitely got a shot. And he's actually been playing strong for the last, several months. So he's definitely got a shot. Of course, as you mentioned, Ko-Ping Chung is going to be the favorite. Probably a couple racks favorite, but honestly, if Mickey, stays the way he's been playing this tournament, plays his game, he's got a shot.
We saw in our last match, AJ Manas, a heavy underdog to Aloysius Yap, and won 10-4. So you never know. A player comes out, and we expected right from the beginning that Yap would come out because he was in stroke. He'd been playing all over the world, and he's been having some really good results. But he was not in stroke.
Yeah, I hate to say it because it wasn't his best performance, but I think more. I want to tip the nod over to AJ because he just played almost a flawless game. Right?
He really did. Well, here you go. I mean, here's a chance right off the bat for Mickey with a dry drum Ko-Ping Chung.
Yeah.
So obviously you cannot have too many errors. When you get a chance, you have to take advantage of those chances. You have to limit your errors and just hang around sometimes. Just got to be there.
Yeah, exactly.
You were telling me that Mickey has been spending a lot of time in the Philippines, which is a very interesting side note.
Yes, he certainly has. I think he spent, most of his life in Denmark, of course, and winning so many tournaments over there that he was ready for a different challenge, a new challenge. And so he's recently moved over to Manila. So he's playing in the Philippines, getting a lot of action games over there. Look at that shot. He's got a nice little kiss off the side pocket and was able to get shaped there for the one. But going back to where he's living now, believe it or not, he's actually living in Jeff DeLuna's house, actually, in Manila. So he's, playing pool all day long, talking about pool with Jeff DeLuna, and I'm sure he's at the top of his game right now.
Well, there is nothing better for a pool player's game than spending time in the Philippines and battling it out with all kinds of people, not just the big names, in the pool halls day and night. And they do spend day and night in the pool halls. It goes all night long, hour after hour, and the action is incredible. I can't tell you how many players I've known over the years, because I do reside in the Philippines, and that have just said, my time here, my few months here have elevated my game like 2 or 3 levels. Something you learn stuff that you would never learn anywhere else. And I always tell players, you want to take your game to the next level, just come to the Philippines. Man. It's cheap, it's reasonable, it's a lot of fun, and there's all the action you can handle.
I believe that. All the action you can handle. Bring your pocketbook with you.
That's right.
He's making short work of this table, that's for sure. Already on the 6-ball, pucking in. Now he's on the 7-ball. I mean, we were just chatting for 30 seconds, it feels like, and the rack's almost over.
Yeah. He certainly looks focused.
Absolutely.
This is an ideal start. He didn't win the lag, but Ko with a dry break, and Krauss quickly up in a matter of about 2 minutes. He's leading 1-0. Fine start for the Danish player.
Absolutely. Real short work of that table.
Ko ranked number 4 on the World Nineball Tour rankings. But nobody would dispute the statement that he is the player right now at the moment. Winner of the U.S. Open this year. He's had a lot of fine finishes, winning a all sorts of money and events, placing high in other events. Big opportunity for Mickey Krauss to play Ko here on the TV tape.
Yeah, absolutely.
Table, you know.
Getting loose a little bit, but he looks like he was real loose in the first rack. I mean, just every shot he took maybe 10 seconds or less on. He really didn't, go monitor the table. He just got down, was confident, shot, and potted. I like his game so far.
Players are not allowed to inspect the rack. And you have to break within that box there you see in the center of the table. You can't go to the side boxes there. It has to be within that center box. And they're shooting to get that one ball, the yellow one at the top of the rack, into the side. So you can see he's going for that side, but there he missed. And that's another dry break. So this is a chance now for Ko to get one back.
Dry break in a pretty open table. He's got a shot on the one. Of course, getting his shape on a two. Yeah, it looks fairly easy, actually. Let's see who wins this rack. Of course, I can say fairly easy from here, but, it's much different when you're at the table, right?
Yeah. Well, this is the kind of rack, but the ball's all over the different ends. You can really let the stroke out.
Absolutely. One thing I've noticed about Chung's game, though, is he generally doesn't. He likes to keep the cue ball as minimal as possible. He doesn't let the cue ball fly so much. Like even this, you can see a little bit of a frustration on his face because the cue ball did fly a little bit, right? He did kind of let the stroke out a little bit more than I think he's used to or accustomed to. I think that provides dividends to his game when you just let the cue ball kind of move and glide gently as opposed to forcing it all the way back and forth down the table. Yeah, to me, that's what makes him such a special player.
His older brother, Ko Pin-yi, with a big win over the Philippines, a very talented Jeffrey Ignacio. 10-1.
Ooh. Wow.
Clearly a whitewash. You can always count on the Ko brothers to go far in just about any event they enter. Along with a lot of the other players like Chang Yu-long and others. Some of them aren't here at this event, but from Chinese Taipei. One of the best pool playing nations in the world.
It would be interesting if we have a head-to-head for the Ko brothers, right? If we see a finals of Ko Chung and Ko Pin-yi, wouldn't that be something?
Somehow it'd be. I've seen that before. That's oftentimes a bit disappointing because it's just how I don't know. It's when brothers play each other for the title. It's basically like they've already got the title.
It doesn't have the same Serena and Venus kind of feel
why
to
even
it?
that? I don't think you'd want to. I don't think people like to see that. Can't quite be the same fire and intensity when siblings play each other in a final.
I get that. So you end up on the wrong side of the 7, but it's no problem. We'll just come around 2 rails, as you see. Get on the right side or left side of the 8 ball and make short work of this this game as well. Beautiful stroke.
So each player taking advantage of the dry break and grabbing a rack. This is just a formality. Put the extension on. One apiece. This is our round of 32. The knockout stages. We've been here for a few days. Started with 128 players from 15 nations. And we are sure to see some fascinating matchups as we move the money rounds. It all concludes tomorrow here at the Aspire Recreation Center in the Harbor Front Center in Singapore.
Yeah, as we talked about, there's so many top Filipino players here in this tournament, and they're still in the final 16, right? So we've got Johan Chua and Marvin Assis playing right now. That should be a good one on table 7. Surprisingly, though, Marvin is taking a quick lead on Johan, 3-0. Also, James Aranis and Michael Bonana, he's playing, and James Aranis up 3-0 on this one as well.
So a lot of all Filipino matchups here.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we also covered Long Dok Dien earlier today, and he's playing now against Albert Manas, so he's still rolling through. He made it through the losers bracket all the way back up, right? And on table 25, he's down 2-0, but he's a strong young player.
AJ just coming off the huge win off of Yap.
That's right.
So he's in fine form.
Yeah, he is.
That one.
Another dry break?
Missing again. Krauss quickly out of his seat.
Oof. That 8-ball just got in the way. Oh, he's electing to go for the jump here. So close.
I've seen that a number of times here where the shelf on those pockets is pretty deep and balls just get stuck there. Looks like it's going.
Yeah.
Just stopped.
And the shot was actually quite beautiful too, to put the left spin on it, to also get shape for the 2-ball, if you can see. So had caught that, he would have been in nice form to run the rest of the rack out.
That's showing some pretty good technique there, not to be able to jump and consider the position for the next ball.
Yeah.
So this is his regular cue. He's jacking up there.
Wow, look at that shape. Look at the shot. Beautiful. Not only to the 9, as you said, but to get shape 2 rails, or 3 rails actually.
Yeah, when that deep in the pocket, it's your cue ball's going to run. There's not a lot to hit there. And he got in perfect position, and that opens things up. 2 in the corner, 3 is up table, 4 is right in the middle. So what a beautiful shot. Sometimes that's what it is. Just one good shot can open up a rack of 9-ball, and you're off to the races.
Yeah, I've got a feeling these two players, you're not going to see too many mistakes, right? It's just about who's going to take advantage of the opportunities given. Maybe not necessarily a mistake. You might see some dry breaks here and there, but the way these two are playing, it's top form from here on out. Put a little inside spin there to kill the cue ball, so he has a good shot on the 3. I want to just glide the cue ball to the left, and he may come 1 rail, but want to be center table for the 4-ball after that, I believe. Really nice. See, he just let the cue ball glide. Doesn't really force it over. Just this barely moves a little bit. It's a really nice touch.
Complete mastery of the cue ball. Reasons why he is a favorite nowadays in any event he enters. He doesn't look too fearsome.
He doesn't look too fearsome.
No, he doesn't. I mean, he's the most soft-spoken. diminutive. Just nice guy. Just the Coes are they're all nice guys.
They really are. You know, they've been taking pictures with fans, you know, signing autographs left and right. You know, I gotta say, I even got a picture myself.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, like I said, just the nicest. Especially when they're at the top of the game like that, that just speaks volumes of who they are and their character. To still take pictures with the fans.
Well, you have to be humble because this is a humbling sport. It's not you don't often stay at the top for long.
Very true.
Although, having said that, the Coe brothers they've been on for a while, and they've been successful for a while, long time. They got talent. And then they got the young Koping Nan, the youngest one who's coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. So Coe brothers are not going away anytime soon, right?
No, no. They seem to be getting better.
I think so.
Two to one now in favor of Ping Chung. Nicely done in opening up the table. Mickey Krauss, his opponent from Denmark, won a number of Danish national championships, but basically had wanted to take his game to that next level. And as we talked about earlier, he's been doing that by hanging out in the Philippines, which there is no better place to improve your game than the Philippines. So it's a winner breaks format, World Nineball Tour rules. 9 on the spot, breaking from this break box in the middle of the table. So pay attention to that yellow one at the top of the rack. Going for the side pocket. Again.
Yeah.
Misses a mark on that one. And a dry break.
Yeah. What is this, rack number 4? We've seen 4 drakes? Wow.
Usually the Coe brothers, they practice this break religiously. So what do you think is the reason, and what do you have to do to fix, what do you try to do as a player? Just move the ball around, or take a little bit off, or put a little more on it, or?
All the above, as you just said, is things you can do. But you can also maybe not do anything different. Just stick to what you normally do, right? Because like you said, they practice this over and over and over. So, you know, sometimes at a tournament like this, you don't want to change things up too much, right? You just want to be consistent and play what you're used to. So I don't know if I would change anything, right? I think I might just stick with the script. Mm-hmm. Stick with what got you here.
Good advice. Safety from Krauss. Looks like he wants to kick this one up table.
Yeah, I think so. He's got a couple options. Obviously, he can jump, but you can see a slither of the ball as well. He might go behind. No, you can see a slither of the one. He's just going to use that ever so gently and try and use the defense behind the 6. Yep. Nicely done. That's the thing when you start off the match with a defense, or you always got to think about, what is my opponent going to do back to me? Are they going to have a better defense in this one? Because at this point, he's kind of trapped here. You know, you can do the one rail kick and make a successful hit, but it's not going to pot. You have to get pretty fortunate to make a ball here.
And then after you make the hit, even if you're just trying to make the hit, where do you end up?
Exactly.
You know, so first things first, got to make contact.
There it is.
Oh, I think he got lucky there. Just got behind the round 7. go.
Yeah.
That's why you play a safety. So it's on for Mickey Krauss.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't say anything before that shot, because honestly, I would have fancied him to make that one. His jumping is so, his jumping ability is so strong, right? You know, you see him make these jumps time after time again. But, you know, again, it's not going to be 100%, right? So you got to take with the defenses when you have the opportunity and hope your opponent makes a mistake, which Mickey just did. So hopefully he capitalizes. Mickey. What's going on here?
Extension. He's a tall guy, but he needs his extension.
I was just
to
thinking
reach
the
this
same
shot.
thing. I walked right past him earlier. Now I had to look up. He is a tall guy, so I'm a bit surprised he had to get this extension, but pays off. Running a little fast here.
Ooh, so
yeah.
He's straight on that 3. 4 is right there.
Yeah, he's just going to try and push it out to the right a little bit by putting a little force on it. Yeah, just like that. It doesn't need to be perfect. Wants a little bit of an angle, but needs to be able to block the 4 as he did, right? But yeah, being straight is never a good thing when you're trying to get shape for the ball.
He certainly is not intimidated.
No.
He's been playing against all these Filipinos.
That's true.
It's paying off. He's thinking, you know what? As long as I'm at the table, this is my match.
Absolutely.
He is. You can tell by the way he's walking around the table. You can tell by the look on his face. His stroke appears confident.
And he's not second guessing himself. Like he's taken maybe just a few seconds every shot. He knows how to play the shot. He gets down. He shoots it with confidence. I love his game right now. Yeah, he's not second guessing himself on any of these shots.
Well, he hasn't made a ball on the break yet, so let's see here after this 9-ball. If he does, maybe he can, if he gets the breakdown, maybe he can get in the lead and pad it a little bit. Put some heat on Ko. Mickey Krauss from Denmark ties it up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. The window between 2 and the 9 was quite narrow, so to get the shape for the 2 like he did was really pretty. And of course, the straight-on shot for the 3 or the 4 was also another key shot to this match.
This is the TE Capital 9-ball championship. Brought to you by TE Capital, Asian Pool Federation APF, and the commercial arm of APF, Asian Pool Promotions. Part of the Matchroom World 9-ball Tour, and this event has ranking points for the World 9-ball Tour. So you win this event, you get points towards that tour, which can lead to invites and slots in some of these larger events that Matchroom is promoting around the world. That can do wonders for your career. There you go. The 1-ball down. So the 2-ball is down. A shot 3. You could not ask for anything better. And this has got to be confident big time.
Absolutely. If you can get a break clear here, go up 3-2. Yeah, absolutely. That's confidence building. He looks so calm, collected. Even though he's playing against number 4 ranked in the world, doesn't matter, it seems like.
Big difference too between playing on an outside table and playing on a TV table. This is, it's just different atmosphere. You know you're on TV. And you're exposed here. If you play bad, you embarrass yourself. You do it in front of all these people watching from all over. You play in the corner of the room, nobody's watching, so there's less pressure. So this is great for him.
Absolutely.
And he's clearly confident in his ability to win this match.
You can also look at it a different way. If you didn't know about Mickey Krauss now, you might know about him now after this, right?
Yeah.
He's putting on a performance right now, especially if he can pull out the victory. I think there'll be a few more people knowing who he is.
Now, he's a serious player. Listen,
Yeah.
Anybody who gives it up, the comforts of home, comes halfway around the world, comes to a place like the Philippines, one of the greatest places in the world to play pool, some of the best players in the world, those you've heard of, and thousands more you haven't heard of, and you go play the money games and all the action day in and day out, night in and night out. I give it a big tip of the hat to this young man. That takes a lot of guts, and you can already know that he takes this seriously. You're not there to joke around when you're playing in these money games in the Philippines. This is serious business.
Absolutely.
Because the Filipinos take it very seriously. I mean, you can play for $500, and it's serious.
Yeah.
To them.
It's serious, but it's also serious to these guys because, guys like me and you, we can play for a few bucks on the side, but we have a day job, right? This is their day job.
Yeah.
If they don't make the money in the money games, maybe they don't eat that week, right?
That's right. So Mickey Krauss, clearly, you look at his backstory, you look at how he's played here, he means business. And he's up 3-2 on Ko Ping Chung. Race to 10, winner break. So he'll be breaking in rack number 6.
He's ready.
He is ready.
Just so
He's
calm.
just like, come on, ref.
Yeah,
give me the cue ball. It's a template rack. It shouldn't be difficult.
I'm ready to break and run already. Come on, give me the cue ball.
So he had his first break where he made a ball in the last rack. Can he replicate that? There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's got a shot on the 2, the blue 2. That's an ideal break. He's look at this control on the cue ball. Hits the 1 in and then brings the 1 off the cue off the side into the 9-ball. And that helps control the cue ball, the shot on the 2. Ideal, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, he just wants to make sure his cue ball doesn't travel too far because it is a thin cut, and the cue ball is liable to go up table. If he puts a little inside spin, it should kill this momentum of the ball. Oh, he elected to not do that, to go around the whole table, right? So it's the other option to do. Means he feels confident with the stroke is what that means. The way he's playing, absolutely. I think he looked at that shot for about 8 seconds, which is the most he's done for anything so far, right?
Well, there's the first mistake we've seen from Mickey.
Yeah.
He missed that by a mile.
Yeah.
Well, what do you attribute that to? I mean, it wasn't even close.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it wasn't close, but...
You didn't like the shot selection before that. You thought maybe he should have gone...
I thought it killed the cue ball and maybe softer hit, exactly, right? And he ended up sending the cue ball down table, made it a longer shot for the 3-ball. Definitely one I expected him to make. But you know what I attribute it to, probably just trying to get a good shape for the 4 and just taking the mind off of the shot of the 3 ball a little bit. It's a shot that I bet he would make 9 times out of 10, but this one time he missed, right?
So Ko-Ping Chung will go safe. It's got to go. Looks like he can see the whole ball.
I think the 8 ball might be covering a slither of the cue ball. No, yeah, you can see it. You're right. Oh, he missed. Wanted to get behind the 4. Missed that. He put a little bit of inside spin there, but not enough to really hold the cue ball. Now you can see the 3. He can play a two-way shot here, or he can just go for defense. Yeah, he's looking at the bank and seeing if he wants to go two-way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thought he might get a kiss off the cue ball and pot that by accident, but now it's open for Krauss. Chance to extend his lead.
I'd like to see Ko come back and, regain himself a little bit. That was a bit of an uncharacteristic miss, I think. He just went for the bank. It wasn't a two-way. He just went straight for it and missed it, pretty badly, actually.
What's going on this TV table? We have all the heavy favorites not playing their best pool, and the other guys who are big underdogs playing really good. And
yeah, you mentioned about AJ Manas. He's off to a guns blazing start, up 5-0 against his opponent right now. 6-0 actually. Look at that. He is on fire.
Boy, I was mightily impressed with what I saw from him. But look what happened here.
Got a little kiss on the 6 and just pushed it out of the way from his original plan. Now he's got to rethink.
Sure about that.
Yeah. I don't mind the attempt. He could have sent the 6 ball down table, but he ended up just trying to use the 8. And it looks like he did. He does have the 8 ball covering most of the 6, but I'm pretty sure Ko can either come off the rail for this or just play a safety himself. He's got options. Yeah, going back again to AJ, you said you were mightily impressed. I made this comment to somebody earlier. It's almost discouraging for us, amateur players about, gosh, he's only 16. He's that good? I've been playing for more than 16 years, and I'm not that good.
Right. In the Philippines, these guys, when they get to the game, take to the game, it becomes their entire life. Although credit to him, he did say he wants to finish his high school education. He's in 11th grade. He had to ask for time off to come here. He'll be back in school next week. He's in 11th grade. He said he wants to finish the 12th grade, and then he's going to go full-time into pool.
Wow.
So look out.
Absolutely.
World.
There's so many Filipino players that you hear this, oh, he's the next up-and-coming. He's the next Efren Reyes. After what I saw today, I believe it. He is the next up-and-coming, right?
Nice young man, too. It's all right. So, Ko-Ping Chung escapes that rack. So, a little cracks in the game of Mickey Krauss there, creeping in. Ko taking advantage. 3-all in this race to 10. And it looks like he's going to go take a quick break. And I suppose we'll do the same. So we'll be back in just a few minutes with the continuation of this match here from Singapore. We are back, tied at 3. Chung, number 4 in the World Nineball Tour rankings. Current U.S. Open champion. Favorite to win just about every event he enters these days. Took advantage of several errors from Mickey Krauss of Denmark in that last rack, so he got that rack and he is breaking now. And again, more breaking troubles for Chung. That's yet another dry break. He has not figured out the break shot in this match.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising. You know, he's quite his solid breaks, his consistency on the breaks as well. But yeah, this he hasn't figured it out. What's that? 4 attempts? Yeah, 4 attempts, 0 for 4. Well, I might be changing my mind here. I said don't change anything, stick to your game plan, but 0 for 4.
He may have to do something else.
Yeah, you know, kidding.
Yeah.
Especially if Mickey can capitalize here, right? Like that's gonna start putting some pressure on you and saying, okay, if I dry break, my opponent's gonna run out. So I better not do that, right? It's gonna force you to make some changes at that point. That's nice. Yeah, those shots where the ball's in the pocket look so easy, but you really want to make sure you have an angle and don't end up straight on the 5 like he did. He's left himself a good shot to get a shot on the 6. Really nicely done there. It looks easy, right? But you want to think about the next shot, of course.
Always got to be thinking ahead.
Yeah.
It's not just about the pot. This is how you do it. Jump on a mistake. Another dry break from Chung, and Mickey Krauss stands up and clears all the colors. He goes back into the lead. He was down 1-0 to Ko. Tied it up at 1. Then he went into the lead. Ko came back. Went into the lead again. Ko came back, and then he took the lead to here again. So back and forth action.
You know, I wish I put a timer on this, because I'm going to say that was about a minute, maybe less.
He plays very fast.
Yeah.
That's what we call fan-friendly. Nothing worse for fans than guys who take forever.
It's true.
It's just brutal. This is the way the game should be played. 4-3 in favor of Mickey Krauss. Race to 10. This is a knockout stage. 32 players left. We started with 128. This to get into the final 16. Krauss, one of the few non-Asian players here. Just, I think, even less than a handful.
That's true. Not very many at all.
But as we said, if you're just joining us, he's been spending a lot of time in the Philippines learning his trade.
So he's Asian.
Yeah.
He's honorary Filipino.
Yes.
As are you, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
30 years, right?
30 years there? Yeah. Half my life. He's had more success on the break than Ko has. Ko, it's been nothing but frustration.
You know, in some of the earlier matches, the dry breaks or, weren't that crucial, right? It didn't really completely dictate the match. I think in a situation like this, when your opponent's playing so well, as Mickey is, it can be a deal breaker, right? If Ko doesn't figure out.
Oh, yeah. I think if it's probably about the time in the match where Ko's going to have to do something different, maybe move to the others, just try something different. Well,
sure.
Let's see. He's been working on to our right, his left, when he breaks Ko. This is an ideal break right here.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. 1 is down. Shot on the 2, 3, 4. It's all open.
What I love about that shot too is, he didn't try to get, I say this a lot, but too cute with the cue ball. He just stopped the ball and took the longer shot on the 3 because he knows it's makeable.
Well, it was open, and was that the commentator's curse?
No, not quite. It was makeable. Is what
He should have made this.
Yeah. Oh, and he missed it by about a diamond. Oh. Yeah.
Well, he did that on the same ball a few racks ago. He's made cover, but you don't want to give too many chances to this young man.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky that he didn't.
He did. He got lucky.
Yeah, I mean, going back to my statement, I generally believe that, you don't want to try and force the shot and to get perfect shape because oftentimes you end up missing the shot. And you just want to, believe in your abilities and make the longer, harder shot. But that time, Mickey just fell short. He missed it by a whole diamond.
So you're saying that obviously make the shot first. What do you think a player should focus on? Well, obviously they have to think of the next shot. You have to.
Have to. But, oh, good hit. And watch the cue ball. Oh. Still, it might as well be a scratch, right? It's a very, very,
yeah. Krauss fortunate. 2 shots in a row here. He glaring miss on the 3, leaves the ball snookered for Ko, who tries to play safe, and now he leaves it open. So another crack at this rack for Mickey Krauss. Again, what were you going to say? You were going back to.
It's hard to put a percentage on it, but maybe 50% shot, 50% shape, right? But you don't want to put so much importance on the shape that you end up missing the shot. Yeah. It happens so much times where we focus too much on the shape because you want to get perfect. Don't have to be perfect, just within your range of making the shot, right? Of the next shot, that is.
For all the 9-ball and other pool I've watched, it's just fascinating to see how the mental side of it. It's like a gymnastics thing in your mind. You have to there's so much you have to think about, but then at the same time there's so much you have to get out of your mind, get out of your own way.
Yeah. In the short match we've seen so far, it does seem like Mickey's able to do that, right? He's missed a couple balls, but then he comes back and he clears the table like he's doing right now. He does have a short-term memory, which in pool is very important.
Extremely valuable. Nicely done there. Oh. Okay. MK, Mickey Krauss with 4 in a row. For Mickey Krauss, he was down 2-1. No, he was down 3-2. So yeah, now he's up 5-3. Wow.
Yeah, he's playing well. He's made a couple mistakes.
3 in a row.
3 in a row, yeah. But
3 in a row.
He's made a couple mistakes, but Chung has given him back at the table, right?
Yeah.
He's not capitalized like Mickey has. And of course, the breaks. The breaks are different so far.
Very good accounting of himself here. He's a threat here. He can win this match. Yes. Absolutely. This is an even match. And actually, Krauss up by 2 with the break. A chance to get some daylight here. Still a long way to go. And we'd like to thank our sponsors, equipment sponsors. Ras Song, Mr. Sung's Acura Pool Table. That's the official table here at the TE Capital 9-Ball Championship. Dynaspheres Palladium Pool Balls, taking us back to the more traditional colors. CPBA Royal Cloth. Perimeter lighting, that's the lighting being used to light up these tables. Ball down, but not a shot to a pocket on the 2.
Going back to the breaks, up here sometimes can get in your own head and you can start thinking, why am I not making a ball in the break? Is it rack or is it the person, the referee racking it? What's going on? But as you can see, Mickey's having consistent side pots. He's making the 1 on the side pot over and over and over. So it's just Kopi Chung right now. He's got to do something different. Oh, look at that
Great shot.
Wow.
You might want to tell our viewers how difficult those combinations, far away from the pocket, like each ball's not even close, really. I mean, that's precision.
It really is, because it wasn't straight on. Like you said, there's distance between the 7. Was it the 2 and the 8? Yeah, there's definitely distance between it, which makes the shot much more difficult. And on top of that, he kept the 2 ball by the pocket, right? The 2 ball didn't fly away down table. He left himself another shot. So, very, very difficult shot.
Look at that. Threading the cue ball through the 6 and the 5. Confidence building. with every shot for Mickey Krauss.
Yeah. I mean, the two-way combination was definitely one that you have to be confident you're going to make, because if not, you're giving your opponent, Koping Chung, back at the table. And wow. Great stroke there. Wasn't going to be able to hold the cue ball, so he had to come back to the other rail and bounce off to get shape on this side of the 5. That's a beautiful shot.
Look at that stroke. He's feeling it. Dare I say, he's feeling it.
I chuckle because he's the cue ball just barely comes to a stop, and he's almost already down, ready to shoot the ball.
Ready to go. He loves
Yeah.
it. Chomping at the bit.
Exactly.
Mickey Krauss now with 4 straight racks. He leads Koping Chung 6-3. Still at the table. Winner breaks format. If he can pull off this upset, he'll be in the final 16 here in Singapore. And all this effort he's been putting in the Philippines, playing all these great players, it's really paying off.
Absolutely. 6-3 right now, right? If you would
6-3.
If you would have told me the final was 10-6 to Koping Chung, I would have said, okay, that sounds about right. But it might be the other way around. You know,
Yeah.
Mickey's playing phenomenal.
Ko is looking sort of like Yap was in the previous match. We're all expecting
He sure is.
any moment, for Yap to, get it together, and he never did.
Well, you rarely see Koping Chung, shook or frustrated. This might be the most I've ever seen him kind of like, he doesn't really have much of a he always has a stoic look on his face, right? Yeah, you can't really read the look, but here you can say he's like, I want to get back to the table. I'm itching to get back to the table, because Mickey hasn't really given him much opportunities.
He is just itching to go. He's had a lot of success here with this break shot. Once again, and he brings that cue ball off the rail into the 9. That sets it up. Higher percentages, and there you go. It's got a shot on the 2. He's this is as good as we've seen.
Absolutely. Very consistent.
See that? He stops that cue ball, runs into the 9, and that gives him the shot on the 2. He's out there. 4's out there. He's just got to execute here, and he will have a commanding 7-3 lead. That was a nice touch.
Absolutely.
What do you do at this point in the match? Look at the score line. You're playing good, but you start to get a little excited. What do you do? I mean, what do you do when that happens to you when you're playing in a tournament, a league match?
It certainly can happen.
What do you tell yourself?
Especially when you're playing somebody of the caliber. Ooh, got a little lucky there. Unfortunately, the leave isn't what he was looking for. You see, he was a little off there. Got a little bit of a rattle on the 4 ball, which made him having a not so fortunate leave on the 5. Going back to your question, when you're playing with a player of the caliber of Koping Chung, and you're already up 6-3, there's definitely some excitement going through the blood, right? You're definitely like, I'm doing it, right? But you just got to remember, stay calm, and every game, every frame is something different, right? So don't get excited, because when you're playing a player like Koping Chung, he can rattle off.
Nothing. Yeah, he can. One mistake, he can keep you parked in your chair.
Yeah, in fact, wasn't it the U.S. Open when he played Fedor? I think he rattled off, 10 racks in a row. I believe
that was against Yap.
Well, that definitely he did, right? Yeah.
Made 99 straight balls.
Yeah, he definitely did that.
And against Federer also.
I think Federer in the finals, he came back.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so that was impressive. So just like we're saying, when you play a player of that capability, of that caliber, this is a nice lead. But don't get too comfortable, right?
Yeah.
This will be an impressive defense if he can pull it off. Using the bridge, I don't think he's going to take the shot, but I would assume he's going to play safe here. I don't know. He's got such confidence. We'll see. Yeah. Let's see if he gets it. No, he's hoping obviously to hide behind the 6, but he didn't quite get the spin off the cue on the last bounce off the rail he was looking for. It just kind of died there. Did you see that? Yeah.
Yeah. When it came off that rail, it just stopped.
Correct. Yeah. He's shaking his head. He knows the shape on the 4 or the 5 wasn't what he was expecting.
It's a big shot here for Ko.
Mm-hmm.
Tough one. Wow.
He made it look easy.
Yeah, that wasn't easy.
But one more time, he's going to have to really let the stroke out to get shape on the 7 here.
7 is way up table. You see, pointing his cue to where he wants to bring the cue ball.
What a shot.
He certainly looks ready to go. He looks ready to kick it into gear here. It's enough of this.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I think it's just the mental ability that these players have to be down 3 racks and think of it as, oh, it's nothing, right? I can come back from this. I've done it before. But for an amateur player, sometimes that can be, devastating.
Yeah.
Hard to come back from 3 racks. Koping Chung can do it. Let's see.
6-4 now. Krauss still with the lead, but it'll be Ko breaking in the next rack. He can stay at the table as long as he keeps winning. Krauss was motoring along, looking really good. Just as we were talking about, don't get too excited. He had a bad positional play there in that rack. Led to a portion. That led to Ko getting one back. 6-4 now in favor of the Great Dane, Mickey Krauss. One of the few non-Asian players here in the TE Capital Nineball Open Championship here in Singapore.
Well, we've been talking about how important the break is. Let's see if he changes it up a little bit.
Well, yeah, this would be interesting. You got to figure he would have to change it up by now.
Yeah,
something different. We'd like to thank our trade sponsors, Kamui Tips and Chalks. The Q Shop. That's the place to go to here in Singapore for all your billiards needs.
Absolutely.
The Q Shop. Paul and Dominic. He did change it up.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's bringing about a whole ball inside the box, moving it over. And
There you
there
go.
you go. He found it. Didn't have the best leave, right? You know, the cue ball traveled quite a bit. Let's see, did it get kicked out? No, it just traveled. He just let the cue ball go a little bit. Unfortunately, he got a little kiss from the sixth ball there to make it even further distance and against the rail. But
so it happens to the cue ball when you move it one ball in, it's going to go the other way. I mean, when they have it on the edge.
It certainly can. Yes, when you have it on the edge, you're most likely to come off the side rail and then also hit another ball to kind of keep the cue ball in the center, right? So it's not traveling down the table. But when you bring it over the center, it's liable to move much more. I don't blame him though, right? He had to change something up. He had to.
Well, yeah. He wasn't getting any. He was having one dry break after the next.
And credit to Mickey there a little bit too, because it's one thing if your opponent isn't finishing the rack, but he has been. So you can't give your opponent of this caliber any chances at the table.
That's right. So even though he probably knew that this was going to be the result of the cue ball, he just had to, he wants to be at the table.
Yeah, exactly. We've mentioned the cue shop a couple times. Yeah, they sell cues, they fix cue tips, they sell cue balls, and they also have tables for rental so a lot of the pool halls and pool pubs here in Singapore are supplied by the cue shop.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, it's a great place.
Father and son, Paul and Dominic.
Yeah,
doing a great job here. From the cue shop, they're also organizing this event under the banner of Asian Pool Promotions. Doing a really amazing job here at the Aspire Recreation Center. So safety there from Ko.
I think this is the first time we've seen Mickey use a jump cue. Well, wasn't exactly what he was looking for, but he got a little fortunate. The cue ball just completely drifted away from the side pocket, not giving KPC a shot. So they have very different styles, at least it looks like it right now in terms of the speed at which they play, right? Mickey's a very fast player, and KPC's a little more methodical. He's taking his time on this shot, for example. Oh, what a shot.
Wow.
That's beautiful. No wonder why he's taking so much time on that shot, right? That was nice.
Very thin cut, but he's now faced with another difficult shot on the three.
But why I bring that speed up is oftentimes fast frustrated by slow players, right? And then the slow player may pick up on that. Say, I'll take a little extra time. Yeah. So I'm wondering if KPC is using a little gamemanship here, slowing him down. Nice shot.
That is, I believe the cue ball is touching the 7 ball. Wow, where does he go here?
Oof, this is tough.
You have to go up table first.
Well, he might be able to send the cue ball that he's looking right now in between the 6 and come down to shoot. But that angle is really tough. If he does that, he's going to have to come at least 2 rails. Yeah, come 2 rails and You gotta graze.
So behind the 6 here.
Correct. Yeah. It's gonna be some low right, because he's gonna want the cue ball to spin once it hits the rail. There it does. Nice shot, but that's gonna be usually the outcome of a good defense.
It's the old phrase: a good defense is the best offense.
I completely agree with that.
What sport is that not true in? Every sport.
Mm-hmm. I'd say defense wins championships.
It really does. Obviously, got to have that offense, but if you don't have any defense, that's not going to work.
Yeah. You know, a lot of players they love the hard shot, whether it's a bank or whatever the case is. They love that thrill of a hard shot, but I think a good defense is just as sexy.
Oh, it is. Oh, for sure. I mean, that's a perfect example right there.
Yeah.
Great safety. It leads to the ball being open on the next shot. There's nothing that Krauss could do except just make it hit. That left it open, and now Chung off to the races.
And you said it, like, what's a great compliment to a defense is when an analyst or a player says, "What do I do? What do you do here?" Right? That means you did a solid defense. If it takes you an extra second and the opponent is befuddled on how do I solve this puzzle, that means you did a really good defense. Nice shot.
It appears that defense is a good confidence booster for Chung. Got a nice flow going now. They're being a bit frustrated in the first half of the match.
I'll say it again. One more. Nothing that slows down a fast player than defenses and taking your time, right? Because it'll really mess with your head a little bit, saying, "Gosh, this guy just needs to get me back to the table. Why is he kind of playing defense and defense?" It can take a toll on you.
Okay, so now 6-5. Ko gets 2 back, and he's still breaking. Chance to tie it. It's a race to 10. Knockout stage, round of 32. Winner moves on to the final 16. And that was the first break where he, I think that might have been the first one where he actually made a ball. It was total frustration up until the point.
So we've been talking about AJ Manas and how he's been surprising everybody, really, not just yourself here, but 16-year-old surprising all of Singapore, beating Aloysius Yap earlier, is up 8-5 right now on Long Dok Dien. So 2 more racks before he moves on.
AJ Manas, 16 years old, moving in. That would be into the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Well, Kyle Amoroto, another strong Filipino player, down at the moment, 8-4 against Boy Trong An from Vietnam.
So sorry, my mistake. This is actually the round of 16.
It is, yeah.
Winner goes on to the quarterfinals.
Correct. Yeah.
So tell us, they beat previous match in the knockout.
Yeah, Ko Chung played a Vietnamese player, I believe. Yeah, he did. He played Man Duc Nguyen, Vietnam. So he beat him 10-2. Yeah. Nguyen Man Duc. And actually, Mickey Krauss also won 10-2 against another Vietnamese player, Tan Gin Dang. All right, so Koping Chung with the, looks like he potted the one ball, so he's found his break, it looks like.
He has. But again, he's lost, he's able to make the one. Cue ball's traveling up table now based on where he's been placing it in the box. But as we said, more important to be shooting than to be sitting.
Correct.
With no ball down.
Yeah.
So he'll take that for the moment. Long shot on the 2. This is a very difficult shot. Not easy. He needed to get position on the 3.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. He had to hit it, delicately. Didn't want to jam it too much and get stuck behind the 9, but still, it was a makeable shot. One for KPC, I think. Normally he makes that shot. Yeah.
You would expect him to make it.
Mm-hmm. But we just said it, right? You'd rather be at the table than not be at the table, but by doing that, you sacrifice a potentially good shot by sending the cue ball down table on the break. So he's kind of a little out of sorts right now, right? He's still trying to find himself, still trying to find that break. And Mickey's been on form. Let's see if he can capitalize again. He has been every time that Koping Chung makes a mistake.
So we can see up table that the 7 and 8 are tied up.
He has a couple options. He could try to break them out now and slide the 3 ball in between. I think he's going to do it and try to go off of the 7 or the 8 to pot and break out. Looks like it. There it is.
Oh, great.
Beautiful shot.
So use the 8 ball as a guide to help pocket. Great move.
Mm-hmm.
That's very clever.
It's like a basketball reference, but I say using the backboard, right? It's like making a little bit of a bigger pot for you.
That's right. Makes it a bigger pocket. And that just opened things up nicely for Mickey Krauss.
Yeah. That's nice. Has a slight angle there. Doesn't need much. Good stroke there. He wanted to come back and didn't want to be on the short side, so he came back with a little bit of draw there. Good stroke. Probably wanted a little further down table, but still no problem.
Nice response from Denmark's Mickey Krauss. Pushed the scoreline to 7-5 now. Not showing any signs of cracking under the pressure. He's going to take a little bit of a break. And it was that missed 2 ball. And that was a great shot there to open up that cluster, keep the rack going. It's really come down to this break shot for Koping Chung. He's just not. He's found a way to make the ball, but he's lost control of the cue ball.
Exactly. Yeah.
And he's ended up with this long shot, 2 racks in a row. There you see the scoreline, 7-5. Winner moves on to the quarterfinal. And there you see the Aspire Recreation Center, one of the top pool halls here in Singapore, and one of the only pool halls to serve beer, as you said yesterday. That's always a plus, isn't it?
It is. It is. You know, like I said, I'm an amateur pool player. It's nice to have a beer in my hand when I play some pool.
Calms the nerves.
It does.
Liquid courage. All right, we'll be back in just a minute after these players take their break, and we'll take a short break and see you in a few minutes. Well, that was a quick break. Yeah, you were saying he runs around the table fast. He goes to the men's room fast. Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't mess about.
He doesn't.
And he makes the one in the side yet again. No clear shot to a pocket on this 2-ball.
Yeah, first shot, as you say, playing a safety. Oh, I mean, it's a good safety, but he's kind of kicking himself a little bit here because you really want to hide that cue ball behind the 9. You let it come out just a little bit, hit it a little too hard, and just let the cue hide behind, or come off and not hide behind the 9 like you wanted. The difference there is what you see, right? Is Chung's now getting his jump cue, whereas he hides that cue ball behind the 9, it makes it almost impossible to jump.
That's right. So a lockdown safety would mean he'd have to actually kick it.
Correct. At least 2 rails.
Yeah. So he's certainly going to get to this. Whether he can pot it or not, well, we'll see. Oh, wow.
Shot. Wow.
That's a big wow.
Exactly.
I mean, it's one thing to get it. I mean, that 2's not even close to the pocket. Just the precision involved in that is amazing.
Absolutely. You know, he's actually think the 3-2, right? It's one thing to just pot it, but also to think, okay, hold the cue ball here as well. So I'm going to
position.
Exactly.
And I don't know if you noticed, but Mickey was shaking his head. He knows he messed up that safety.
Mm-hmm.
He really needed to marry the cue ball up to the 9, and he didn't. He got cover, but he didn't. He didn't marry it up there. So that allowed Ko to break out the short stick, and here we are.
Yeah, I got to give Aloysius Yap a little credit. I've seen a lot of Singaporeans try to do the jump and draw that Aloysius has done several times. He's famous for one of his matches where he just gets impeccable shape on his shot. And, you know, I've tried it a few times, trying to emulate. Haven't been able to do it.
Really?
No.
Jump and draw? No?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. They make it look easy, but it's certainly not. He wants to make sure, of course, he doesn't hit the 6 with his T-shirt. That would be a foul.
That's right. The ball doesn't even have to move. If you touch the ball with your shirt, that's a foul.
That might have been the hardest obstacle in this frame, is not touching that 6. Yeah. Other than that, it looks pretty...
Well, the jump shot was pretty... Jump and pop was pretty tough.
That's true. He deserves his rack after that. That's nice, because any angle is going to give you just natural shape on this 9-ball. There it is. He had to put with a little left to get even better shape than he had to, but pretty elementary from here for him.
Well, off that brilliant jump and pot on the 2-ball, Ko-Ping Chung cuts the lead to 7-6. And he'll be breaking in the next rack. Spot in the quarterfinals awaits the winner of this match. Action going on around the arena here at the Aspire Recreation Center in Singapore. Get some updates on some scores for you.
Let's do that. Looks like James Aranas just finished. He's moving on. Table number 1. He beat Michael Bawanan. Oh, 9-4. He's on the hill. He still needs one more. Thank you. One more on the hill. But Kyle Amoroto did fall down to Boy Trong An from Vietnam, 10-6. That one is a final.
Mazon, 7-5 on Chinese Taipei's Chang Yulong, who somehow picked up the name Patrick along the way.
He looks like a Patrick.
Does he? He looks like Chang Yulong to me. I don't know where he got Patrick from, but he somehow he picked up the name Patrick. Here the scoreline 7-6 in favor of Mickey Krauss. Ko goes back to that spot where he's had success. He's been able to get the there. He did it. Kept control of the cue ball from that spot that he moved to. There you can see he moved the ball. He was playing off the side box. Now he's moved like one ball in. He's losing control of the cue. We're going to see Shorty.
Oh, good question. Look like I would think we are. Let's see. Yeah, there he goes.
Of course we are.
I mean, after he did the last jump on the 2-ball, let's just do it again on the 2-ball, right?
So kept the cue ball down in this lower end of the table, which is what they want to do. Potted the 1-ball. And now a jump shot on the 2. Now pay attention. He's not just going for the pot. He's trying to get position.
Absolutely.
To pot this 3. There's a lot of calculations going on here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as you can see, it's hitting down, right? So he does want to try to hold the cue ball as much as possible. He let it fly a little bit.
Oh, I think
beautiful shot.
Yeah,
beautiful,
amazing.
Shot.
So he could have gone in the side pocket, but he brings it back.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful shot.
And it still passes. So this will go into the corner. Wow.
Yeah.
So much going on there. And he's able to execute and stay at the table.
I just want to jump like him. The shape, it's okay. I'll
You'll
worry
deal
about
with
that later.
after, whatever. You'll take anything. You just want to be able to jump
Exactly.
and pot the ball.
But it's one of those things about players at his caliber, his skill level, that we've seen, him make 99 balls in a row. Was it? Yeah. That when it comes to a point like this, anytime he gets a jump shot, you expect him to make it, right? Because he's that good. It's like, wow. He's setting the standard just higher and higher every time we see him play.
Well, that describes his game over the last few years perfectly, setting the standard higher and higher.
Yeah, you normally don't see too much emotion on the face of Mickey Krauss, but I gotta think that sitting down for this long for a fast player is amplified by 3 or 4x, right? You just are itching to get back at the table, but Koping Chung is keeping him seated.
Yeah, he knows what he's up against. This is no ordinary player.
Yeah.
I remember when it really opened up for Koping Chung when he won the World 10 Ball Championship in 2019, and ever since then he's just been an absolute force in any tournament that he plays in. Whoa. Not the ideal position there. So what do you reckon for this shot?
Well, it's not ideal like you said, but it should be fine. I think it's a cut. The only consideration is don't scratch in the corner, right? It shouldn't scratch on the side, so you just got to make sure that the cue ball doesn't fly too much. See, it's going towards that direction. You just make sure you don't scratch. Other than that, pot the ball.
No
which
problem
he did.
for him.
Yeah.
Did it exactly as you said. We're tied at 7. It's a race to 3 for a spot in the quarterfinals. This is the U.S. Open champion this year. He won that in spectacular fashion, just playing as good as anyone has ever seen in recent times.
It's arguably, that match against Aloysius, the best performance that we have ever seen, right? I mean, you heard Jeremy Jones say it a couple times, like, we're watching greatness.
Yeah.
And it was, they were almost coming at, they didn't have anything to say in the commentary booth because it's already been said over and over about how amazing his
Sound like a
performance.
broken record.
Yeah, there he goes again and again. He just wasn't missing a shot. It was really an amazing performance.
And right now, all he can do is wait for his opportunity. Koping Chung has finally, after 90 minutes, found the break shot. He tinkered with it. He got a little success, but he was losing control of the cue ball. The last rack, he had it perfect. One ball on the side and control of the cue ball. There he makes the one on the side. One goes way up table. He's got another ball down. I believe that's the 8th ball. Let's see. The referee gets out of the way. What kind of shot he has left.
So 3 balls in the break. Nice.
No clear shot to a pocket. So Eddie, what do you like for this shot? I mean, we're tied at 7.
Well, as much as you don't want to let your opponent back at the table, you've got to play a defense here, right? It's not really worth trying to cut this because the cue ball control is going to be pretty difficult. I think it's just going to be a smarter shot to try and send the 2-ball down table. If you can play with a little bit of bottom, you might be able to hide the cue ball, which is probably what he's looking at now, either behind the 8 or the 3. But you want to make sure that the 2-ball comes back this bottom rail and up table. Speed is the most important thing here. Oh, and he ends up hitting the 4. Yeah, he did not. You see the look on his face there?
Yeah.
He did not want to run into the 4-ball. I think I said 8 earlier, the 4-ball, but yeah. And then obviously he gives him a wide open shot in the 2-ball.
And here's the chance
Yeah.
that he was waiting for. But he's been sitting for a little bit. Will that affect Mickey Krauss?
When you've said this a couple of times today and yesterday about there's turning points in the match where, you know, the momentum could shift. This could be one of those shots. 7-7 race. You know, Mickey only needs 3 more games, and this could be a gimme.
Oof. I was going to say, you said gimme. There's no gimmies at this point in the match. You're playing the best in the world. Late in the match. TV table. No gimmies. We don't pick up the pen and give them the score until that 9 ball's down.
Good call.
Anything can happen. This is when these are the championship rounds.
Yeah, it does make it a lot more fun knowing that anything can happen, right? Anybody can win at this stage. And as you said, we're all human here, and everyone can make mistakes. That was
pressure's building.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mistake. And like you said, Mickey's been sitting a while.
Yeah.
That was an unforced error on Mickey's part. Whoa.
Oh, hello.
Whoa.
Confidence. Look at that.
That is not shot at all, especially to come back for shape on the 5 in the side.
And I think if he misses that, he's probably safe. You know, so that's what he was thinking there. Very nice effort from Mickey Krauss. He's got another tough one here. Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say he could also take it down table like he did so he can get better shape on the 6, which is what he elected to do. You know, it's really top-notch playing. He elects to take the harder shot to get better shape.
So, some really good shot making after sitting for a while. Mickey Krauss gets one back. 8-7 now. He's 2 away from a big upset and a shot and a spot in the final 8. Yeah, coping. Chung not happy with what happened with the cue ball there. Got away from him. Now look at this shot. The bank on the 4.
Yeah.
He's jacked up. You can feel it. He's feeling it now. He needs 2 more.
2 more. I think it's pretty safe to say there'd be quite the upset if Mickey can pull this off.
This would be a big upset. A lot of people will be surprised to see this. And coming on the heels of Aloysius Yap getting upset by AJ Manas of the Philippines.
And he went on to win his next match, so he's on through.
Yeah.
Quarterfinals. 16-year-old AJ Manas.
Yep. Great story there. So Mickey Krauss now. 2 to go. No. So this time, just when he needs it most to go on the hill, gets nothing down, a dry break, and he leaves a shot for Ko.
So you said he leaves a shot, but the hard part here is getting shape on the 2. Because there's just a small window that he has to work with the 3 and the 4 in the way. You know, potting the 1 in the side, not so difficult. Getting shape on the 2, next level.
He's mapping out the route to get to the 2. He sees it. Can he execute it? Wow. Guess that's all he could do. He's got a shot, I believe.
What a shot.
How about that?
Really nice.
And such a big moment in the match here. If he gives up the table, that could be it.
Wow. Just barely missing the 4 ball, huh?
Yeah.
And like you said, if he misses it, if he rattles that ball, Elias, he probably would have gave up the rack.
Yeah, this is the point of the match. Krauss just 2 away from victory. Yeah, a mistake could put him in the chair for the rest of the match. So every shot, a huge shot for Ko.
I'm going to venture to say this is a little bit of gamemanship here. KPC has taken extra time. I think I've seen him wipe down his pull cue about 5 or 6 or 10 times.
I think you got a good point.
I think one way to get into a player's head, especially if they're a fast player, is to slow them down. Nice, just wanted to kill the cue ball a little bit there, roll it forward. Have a nice angle on the 6 for the 7 all the way down table. Around 2 rails. Really nice shot there.
Wow, this has been a tremendous rack for Ko. What a battle this has turned out to be.
Absolutely.
So this 9-ball to tie it up at 8 apiece. We're down to a race to 2. It'll be Ko with the advantage. He's breaking. And Mickey Krauss will exit the arena to try to change the vibe a little bit. Ko's not going nowhere. Krauss going to head off to the men's room. Race to 10. Keep scores. You can go visit digitalpool.com. Click on the TE Capital Nineball logo and you will see updated scores. Jundal Mazon and Patrick Chang Yu Lung. Mazon up 8-7 there.
Looks like James Aranas is on his way through, as we know, for tomorrow's match against Jonas Magapantay. I'm not.
Magpantay.
Yes, you're much Filipino names than I am, unfortunately. I should. I'm Spanish. I should have this down by now, but
I don't think Magpantay is Spanish though. I think that's more of a pure Filipino name.
Thank you.
So I'll let you off the hook with that
exactly. Yeah. But yeah, that should be a great match. They're both playing very good. I mean, James Aranas beating Colombiado earlier today. That was a really tough battle. It looked like it could have gone either way. I think it might have been 7-7 at one point, but then Aranas just powered through. And Marvin Assis beating Johan Chua 10-1. So he's on to tomorrow as well.
How about that?
Yeah. Usually Johan's the one putting the beating on other players. Okay, well, we've been saying it all match long is the pivotal part of this match is the break. And let's see what Chung does on this break here.
It keeps it one ball inside the line. Ooh, and he does not pocket anything. Don't know. Not sure how much of that one ball that Krauss can see.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. He got excited that he got to jump back to the table, but could have been a better look here.
Dry break from Chung.
What's it, the 5th dry break of the match? Quite a few.
Yeah.
There's been quite a few.
It's been a struggle for Ko overall.
This is probably the longest we've seen him take on a shot, which is just shows how important this shot is. 8-8. Really got to make sure there's no mistakes or critical errors at this point. Wow. Wow, look at that shot. What a defense. Even KPC gives him a little nod of approval. Hides it behind him, buries it behind the 8-ball. You know, we've talked about the sportsmanship between so many players here, and we talk about you know, how people are just friendly and good sportsman. You know, KPC give him a little tap on the table, saying, "Hey, that was a good defense." I appreciate seeing that one. Oof.
Wow. Just left it wide open.
Yeah, that could be costly. Wide open indeed.
Great chance here for Denmark's Mickey Krauss.
He just wants to be on the right side of the table here, so he has a shot on a 3. Put a little bit of right spin on this one so he can make sure he's on the right side of the table, which he easily accomplishes. Again, these players just make it look so effortless, so easy.
A lot to think about here for Mickey Krauss. He cannot afford a mistake. He is in a good position right now to win this match. He's got an open table, and if he can clear the colors, he will be breaking for an upset. We've seen this time and time again in the sport of pool. Sometimes that last rack can be the most difficult. Getting over the finish line, it's not easy.
You know, the table was fairly open, but I gotta point out he really used all different sorts of shots here. Some follow shots, some draw shots.
Good point.
Yeah, so he's really showing us a couple different tools in the tool belt he has.
Mickey Krauss bringing his A game just when he needs it. 9-8 now. He's breaking for the match. Coming up after this match, we'll have Ko's older brother, co-pitch Singapore's Desmond Go.
All right, let's go Singapore.
Let's go, go.
Let's go, go.
Go, go.
I'm going to venture to say he's heard that once before.
Yeah. So how do you how player Desmond?
Oh, he's top notch. You know, he's one of the best in Singapore. So, you know, I'm rooting to see him making such a deep run in this tournament. You know, probably enough Copenhagen. I think it's safe to say that. But, you know, who knows? Who knows? I think, you know.
Exactly right. I mean, who knows? Look at this match here. I mean,
yeah.
Obviously, Chung favored, and here we got Mickey Krauss breaking for the match. So, yes, Aloysius Yap, favorite in this tournament, gets blown out by 16-year-old AJ Manas of the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those events where all kinds of things are happening.
And, you know, at this late in the game, at this late in the tournament, Desmond Go being on the TV table, I think you might see his best performance, right? You know, he might want to show Singapore and show the rest of the world, you know, what he can do, right? So I think this is a perfect time to put him on TV table, and let's see how the Singaporean fares.
That will be a round of 16 match just like this. This is for a spot in the quarterfinals. No.
Oh, no is right. You know.
But.
Yep.
There's a big but.
And you cannot lie.
Good one, man.
I had to.
You had to do that. Set you up for
No.
the cue ball. Stuck behind the 9. Push out here?
I think so. You know, it's too tight to the 9 to try a jump. A kick is just too difficult. But as I've stated once before with Kopi Chung, you know, his jumps are solid, right? So I would like him to put Mickey at the table with a possible jump. Therefore, he may elect to give it back to Kopi Chung and he'll take the jump, right? That's what I'd like to see. We'll see what he ends up doing, though. Taking extra time on every shot, I gotta say.
Well, there is a lot to consider here. As you said, I mean, there's a lot of gamesmanship when it comes to push out, so you have to think about all this. There's no shot clock, by the way.
Not yet, right?
And I don't think at this point in the match the referee's going to say anything. They do have rules about slow play, but it's not specific.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like on a shot like this, you know, he could take as much time as he needs. Because it is difficult, right? If it's a straight in shot, you know, okay, hey, come on, take your shot. But this one, especially when your opponent's on the hill, right? You got to make sure you really consider the shot. There's just so many different options he could do with a push out too. Yeah, kind of what I thought, right? So he still leaves him snook or hidden behind the 9. So if Mickey elects to take this jump, then he will. If not, then I think Ko will be glad to take the jump, as we've seen, right?
But I don't think there's a path to pocket here, to the side pocket. Is there? Oh, there looks like there is.
I think it goes.
Okay.
It's gonna be tight.
So he's gonna take a crack at this, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, what would you think this is a good idea that Krauss takes this?
It is, because you know how good Koping Chung's jump making ability is, right? You don't want to let him take the shot. You'd rather have the game in your hands, especially on the hill, right?
So but obviously this doesn't go in. This balls could go anywhere, and which means it could leave it wide open.
Mm-hmm. Well.
So yeah, but you know.
Again, I'm amateur, but when
fortune favors the brave here.
I agree.
Right? Take a chance.
Yeah, see, there is a little bit of a window to make it inside.
Take a chance, and well, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
That was the downside of that chance for Mickey Krauss. That was a very narrow window to get that one ball through.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is a bit easier, but we have seen KPC miss one long shot today. I'm not saying I'm predicting the future here, but this is a missable shot. All right, not for him.
Not for him. So he's battled adversity throughout this match. It's not been one of his more memorable matches for stellar play.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what champions do. You battle when things aren't going your way. He's at the table. He's got a lot of clear shots here.
Yeah. The only consideration is really the 7 and the 8 ball are close to each other, right? You know, the 6 ball being where it is, he should be able to place the cue ball in a position that will allow him to have a straight in shot on the 7. But that's really the only consideration I see here. Other than that, once he pots the 3, he should have an angle for the 4 to come down table for the 5. We might be seeing a hill. would be the first hill we've had all day, right?
Believe
For the
so.
TV table.
Oh yes, on the TV table for sure.
I think the way this match is going, it's only fitting it goes hill, right? We should see hill. I want to see it, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, yeah, we're pretty sure this is where it's going. And your point about the pace of the play, I think Ko has definitely wanted to make it his pace. You know, he has slowed it down a little bit.
Yeah,
this match.
I can feel it.
I mean, Krauss must be itching to get back at the table. This is torture.
Certainly.
Right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a peek into the mind of Ko Chung and how they strategize that push out. So he leaves a little tasty morsel, something that, you know, that Krauss can say, well, yeah, I'll take this chance because I don't want to give him the chance. So it worked to perfection for Ko.
It's exactly right. You know, sometimes sometimes you play the table and sometimes you play your opponent. And I think in this situation, he knew his strengths are jump. And he know his opponents may not be. That's not his strength, right? So, like you said, played to perfection there.
Yes, there are mind games going on in this sport. I think you just saw it right there. We are tied at 9. We are down to one final rack. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals here in Singapore, and the loser is out. And it'll be Ko Chung. Limited success with the break throughout this match, looking in rack number 19.
So I know you don't like predictions, but care to make a prediction on this match?
Let's just say Ko's favor-breaking.
Okay, how about will Ko a ball on the break?
Well, seeing as this match has taken I don't know how many hours, and it's probably not. It's probably going to be a massive safety battle that goes on for 45 minutes.
Yeah. Let's see it. We haven't seen a break clear, obviously, from Ko Chung. Wouldn't be a bad way to end the match.
Yeah, that's true.
I think we saw a smirk from KPC right now. Not a smile, but a smirk. So the winner of this will end up playing Marvin Assis from the Philippines tomorrow morning.
The quarters, semis, and finals all tomorrow. Of course, we're going to bring you all that action from the Aspire Recreation Center in the heart of Singapore. Ko Chung, current U.S. Open champion, number 4, the World Nineball Tour rankings, to break for the match. Well, he doesn't get the 1 down, but there is a ball down and a shot on the 1. 2 is right out there. This could be happy days for Ko Chung.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty open rack. He's going to have to shoot over the 8 a little bit, I believe, here. Maybe jack up a little bit while shooting the 1. So that's why he's double checking where he wants to be on the 2.
So the 3 balls down. He's got to go from the 2 to the 4, which is just behind the 9 ball.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the shot, right?
He's lining that up right now.
We don't see clusters on the table. It's just about how do I get from a 2 to the 4.
He's in no hurry.
He-
It's just, it's kind of like his way of taking control
Yeah.
of the match.
Yeah. It's a subtle way of saying this is my table.
Yes. Like he you could see him map out all the different shots. He even mapped out the 4-ball,
Mm-hmm.
and he went back and took a drink. You're right. It's like it's a statement.
Yeah, I think it is. He's done this shot a million times. He doesn't need a minute to take this shot.
Especially considering, I mean, he's got the 2-ball right there. He knows exactly where he's coming for the 4-ball.
On the other side, it looks like Mickey Krauss is about to fall asleep.
And now he's asking for the cue ball to be cleaned. Well, I bet Mickey Krauss is none too happy with this. This sort of like what Ko's doing right now.
It's all part of the game.
It is part of the game. There's no shot clock in this yet. I believe we may have a shot clock instituted tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But at the moment, hey, you play within the rules. You ask the referee to clean the cue ball.
We got the Mosconi coming up pretty soon, and I was at that match where Jeremy Jones asked the ball to be cleaned, and he forgot about the shot clock. Did you see that one?
Yes.
Ooh, look at this shot. Beautiful shot. There wasn't many ways to get shape on the 4 from the 2, but that is how to get it done. A lot of bottom left. Oof, full shot.
He's looking good now. If he gets through this, he's obviously a favorite to win this thing. I mean, and I've seen countless times in pool tournaments these great players who sometimes, go on the verge of defeat. They come back and win the whole thing after a really tough match. So it's not over yet, so let's not give it to him yet. But he is stalking the table like he knows exactly what to do from here on in.
Absolutely. Beautiful.
Wow. Just smooth. Smooth as silk.
This is really the only adversity I've seen so far in the tournament for Chung, but coming back through it for sure, because being down in this match, not having your breaks working for you, I think he even missed a ball or two, right? So, coming back the way he did, really regained the composure. It looks super strong. And all that being said, I would have him as the favorite in this tournament now.
Yeah, because, this is a grind. And he was down, and he could have easily lost this match. He grinded this out. And sometimes it's these kinds of matches that are the catalyst for a player to go on to victory. And here it is, a very hard-fought grind. Chung wins 10-9 over a very game, but obviously very disappointed Mickey Krauss, because he knows that he could just as well have been in the winner's circle for this match. Unfortunately for him, he's out of the event. Chung moves on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. And believe me when I tell you, look out for him. Because even, no matter what, he's one of the best players in the world. But after you get through a match like this, it might be smooth sailing from here for Ko Ping Chung. That was a tough win. And it really came down to, Eddie, that push out, which I think is very instructive for our fans watching on what to do in a push out. That was very cleverly done.
It was.
And well thought out.
Yeah, play to your strengths, right? And play to your opponent's weaknesses.
He baited him into taking the shot.
Yeah.
And it didn't go, the jump shot did not go well, and that left the table open. And that's it. 10-9 is our final score. We're going to take a break right now. When we come back, I believe we'll have an interview. Noel Girante with the winner, Ko Ping Chung.
Experience the pinnacle of billiard excellence with our precision-crafted cloth, trusted by champions worldwide. Engineered for flawless play, it's the surface that elevates your game. From professionals to enthusiasts, discover a world where mastery meets innovation. Explore our range of colors and textures to express your unique style. Elevate your game with us. Visit our website today at www.cpbabrand.com.
You don't have to play like a pro to enjoy the game I love.
If you've ever played in a friend's basement, you can compete in an APA league. In the APA, everyone can play and anyone can win. So if you're looking for a fun night out with your friends and family, join an APA pool league today.
Have fun, meet people, play pool.
Visit poolplayers.com today.
非常的就是状况不好，所以我很多次的开球没有进，那所以打的就是非常的激烈。那最后一盘也运气好，我开球的时候1号没有进，结果进了别颗，然后才赢下这场比赛的，就算是蛮幸运的。
Okay, so Ko Ping Chung said that during the first few rounds, first few racks, his break wasn't very good. So he had a bit of difficulty, and that's why it was a very vigorous and intense match. Then, but then he felt that for the last rack he felt very lucky because the one didn't go in, but another ball went in, and that helped him to actually had a better chance at clearing the rack.
During that match, against Mickey, you really took your time in a lot of shots. I mean, you were wiping your cue a lot. You went back and forth and aimed a lot. Was this part of the strategy in trying to beat Mickey? I mean, taking your time in every shot?
他现在是问你，因为他发现到你刚才在打球的时候，你有擦杆擦了几次，然后你有用了你自己就是慢慢打，这是一个你的 strategy 吗？
这个算是因为我刚刚打到最后一两盘的时候，就是自己有一点太紧张了，然后心跳有点快，所以我就去擦一下手，擦一下球杆，然后让自己的心跳缓和一点，然后才打得比较好一点。
Yeah, so he felt that because he felt very nervous and his heart was beating very fast, so he decided to just wipe his hand, wipe his cue to just calm himself down and to better assist him in the game.
All right, now you're going up against Goy Goy, Marvin Assis of the Philippines. Have you seen him play? What do you think about your next opponent?
他说你下一位是 Marvin Aces 嘛？就是你觉得你看过他打球吗？还有你认为他会打得怎么样？
我之前有跟他打过几次的比赛，那我也不想太多，就是尽力打。我觉得最大的敌人就是自己，所以就是认真就好了。
So he has played with him before, and he felt that he shouldn't think about anything, and he feel that the biggest opponent is himself. So he just want to focus on his own game, and play his best. Yeah.
Kopo Chen is through to the round of 8, gentlemen.
He looks very relieved just to get through that match, and well, he should be. A great effort by Mickey Krauss, but Krauss comes up short. It's Ko Ping Chung into the quarterfinals. And our next match coming up shortly will be the older brother of Ko Ping Chung, Ko Ping Yi, a world champion in his own right. And he'll be taking on Singapore's Desmond Go. That's a round of 16 match. So the winner of that match will also move into the quarterfinals. So for Eddie Rivera and our entire crew, this is Ted Lerner. Stay tuned. We've got another match coming up for you, and we'll see you shortly.
As we begin the final match in the round of 16, the last seat in the round of 8 or the quarterfinals awaits the winner of this final matchup as we continue to bring you the action from the TE APP 9-ball tournament, TE Capital APP 9-ball tournament here in Singapore. My name is Noel Zarate alongside Gabriel Lowe, and we're looking at a possible matchup here between two of the probably celebrated players, I would say, from their respective countries. How about Desmond Go right there? And he'll be going up against Ko Pin Yi.
Yes, I'm certainly very excited for this game here. Last game of the last 16 rounds, and last player for Singapore playing.
Oh, okay. So a lot of pressure. Desmond Go coming into this one against, of course, a world champion in Ko Pin Yi, who took down the World Nineball title in 2015 against no less than Shane Van Boning, if you remember that one.
Yes, yes, certainly. You know, Ko Pin Yi has been around, top of the game for the longest time.
This will be a good break coming now from Ko Pin Yi. And that's always going to be tricky here, getting that one ball into the side pocket. We saw from that last matchup between Krauss and, of course, Ko Ping Chun that the break was very critical in that matchup.
Yes, certainly. Well, I mean, with this format, of course, the break is not easy. There's so many things that can happen, and there's so many. Nothing is so. It's so unpredictable.
Right. Now, Ko Pin Yi, of course, did make the one ball. It is a race to 10. And the winner of this matchup is going to go up against... Check it out. It's going to be Jun Del Mazon of the Philippines. Waiting in the wings to see who emerges from this one. And that is going to stay up. So our first unforced error.
Oh, Ko Pin Yi has played the push-out, actually.
Played the push-out, that's right. Now, of course, we're talking about Jun Del Mazon. He had come from the losers bracket also. I mean, how tough is that, Gabriel?
Yeah, certainly loser bracket is always tough, but it has its own fair share of benefits as well. Because you're playing so many games, and it certainly helps you get in rhythm and in stroke.
Let's see what kind of rhythm Desmond Go can establish from this opening shot. It's a long shot. He's got to cross across like the Pacific Ocean to get to the ball.
So he's opted to try and play a safety shot on the 2-ball.
Might have gotten away with it a bit, although that 5-ball is hanging at the corner pocket. Double contact between the cue ball and the 2-ball here. Tell us a little bit about Desmond Go.
So Desmond is actually a full-time player / coach in Singapore. Competes mostly regional and local tournaments.
Okay.
Yeah, so he actually works for the governing body of Q Sports in Singapore. He's been around for a long time too. Certainly one of Singapore's best players. Maybe just right behind To Lian Han.
Right.
In the rankings, So he's a good player.
Let's see if he's gonna be good enough to go up against this gentleman in that 2-5 combination.
But of course, the odds are stacked against Desmond.
That's right. Hey, anything can happen. Mickey Krauss came very close.
Yes. And close to Ko Ping Chung, which is the red-hot favorite in this tournament.
Well, Ko Ping Chung is through to the next round. Well, he'll be facing another Filipino in Marvin Asis.
How many Filipinos are there in the quarterfinals?
Let's double check that. Marvin Asis is through.
That's
James Aranas will be going up against Jonas Magpantay. AJ Manas, of course, is also through. I believe there's 5 of them.
5 Filipinos of the last 8.
That's right.
So from the last 32, we had 15. And now to the quarterfinals, we have 5 out of 8.
Yeah, that's right. So Filipinos are on top of their game right now. But let's see if the players from Chinese Taipei, as well as the lone man left standing for Singapore, can make it through to the final 8. Now that's going to be quite an achievement if Desmond Go can actually defeat Ko Pin Yi.
Oh yes, certainly. That would be a real big upset.
Right.
But it seems to be a common theme now in the tournaments recently that the Filipino players have certainly come up and dominating field. Of course, maybe not winning yet, but they are certainly dominating, especially in the later stages of the tournament.
They just show up. Now, you have to remember, of course, the exploits of James Aranas and Johan Chua in their win, of course. And a lot of champions also. Carlo Biado, another former world champion. So a lot of experience for the Filipinos. Again, you can't count out the players from Chinese Taipei. These guys are good.
Oh, yes, especially the Ko brothers. This year have been on the top of their game.
Right.
Ko Ping Yi won the World Pool Masters in 2023. So that's a very big achievement because I think he's the first Taiwanese to win that title.
There's going to be so much more after him. There's the next generation already coming up. But for now, it is Ko Pin Yi here at our TV table, the last match in the round of 16, and he gets rack number 1 in this race to 10 as we go again. It's always going to be critical who gets the break. Of course, the 1 ball went down and the 8 ball as well. But again, who can control the break on a more consistent basis on this table is going to be victorious.
So I've been looking for Ke Ping-yi when he was practicing before the game.
Right.
Well, he's got that break shot dialed in, and he doesn't look like slipping up anytime soon.
That's right. Well, at this point, we'd also like TE Capital, our title sponsor, as well as the Asian Pool Federation and the Asian Pool Promotions. And the Matchroom World 9-Ball Tour. This is a ranking event, of course, for that. Equipment sponsors, of course, are Rason Mr. Sung's Acura pool table, which you see right now, along with the Dynasphere Palladium balls that we are using here at our TV table, and the CPBA Royal Cloth and Perimeter Lightings. And our referee about to let the players get back in. So Ke Ping-yi will be breaking after taking rack number 1. The magic rack.
So Noel, let me ask you, are you a fan of the magic rack or the wooden rack?
I think the magic rack is more accurate, but of course the wooden rack will always be the traditional one, especially when they came out with the diamond-shaped one. Because I was playing in a time where there was a triangle, and then you were doing 9-ball, you had to like form it in a diamond. And you never know what direction it's going to be.
Well, I mean, there's always all these kinds of discussions online, which is the way forward, magic rack or or wooden rack. But Matchroom certainly have done a good job in making everything as uniform as possible.
That's right.
So I think that's good for the players because there's less unpredictability.
Yeah, there's some tournaments actually that begin with the magic rack and then end with the traditional rack, which also adds to the excitement, I would think. But for this tournament, I believe we're magic rack all the way.
Yes, we're magic rack all the way.
And Ke Ping-yi, boy, what a resume for this gentleman right here out of Chinese Taipei.
Former World 9-Ball, World 10-Ball champion.
That's right. That's a double win for him.
World Cup of Pool champion. And World Pool Masters champion. Just to name a few.
That's just to name a few. That's absolutely right. And again, making 2 balls on the break, including the 1. Does he have a shot on the 2? Yes, he does. You did mention the World Pool Masters this year. Of course, last year he took down 2 titles in the APF Asian 9-Ball Open and the Predator Bucharest Open.
Yes, how can I forget? He's the defending champion here in Singapore.
That's right.
After beating Aranas in a very heated final, 13 racks to 11.
Well, James Aranas is through to the round of 8. And from this layout, Gabriel, probably the most challenging shot is getting to the 6 ball.
Yes.
That's pretty much it.
I mean, with the rack wide open, I don't foresee any slip-ups here from Ke Ping-yi.
And again, with no shot clock. Do you know when the shot clock will be enforced? Is it going to be tomorrow already? In the round of 8, the quarterfinals?
I think that's when the shot clock will start taking into effect. We could realistically be seeing a repeat of last year's final, in fact. Because James Aranas is on the other side of the bracket.
Right.
So if both the players win all their games, they'll see each other in the finals.
Well, first of all, James Aranas has to get through a red-hot Jonas Magpantay of the Philippines to make it to the semifinals. And should Ke Ping-yi advance in this matchup here against Desmond Go, he'll be going up against Jun Dalmazon. So there's another Filipino that he has to worry about. And Jun Dalmazon, he's a veteran. He's actually the oldest Filipino player here in this competition. So you think this is good shape on the 6?
Well, this is a bit too much of an angle here. So I think his cue ball is going to be running quite a bit. But I still favor him to make it.
Make it he does.
Dropped. I mean, this is still early on in the competition. If it's just like later, you never know. Maybe in the finals, that ball probably would not have dropped.
There's a little added pressure right now, but Ke Ping-yi did alleviate some of that pressure by winning the first rack. 3 balls away from taking rack number 2 against Desmond Go, who's just been a spectator at the moment.
So apart from that loose safety shot that he played in the first rack, he's not had any chance at all on the table.
Go Pinyi making it 2-0 to begin the final matchup here in the round of 16. To make it to the last 8. Of course, the others that have already qualified, we did mention that matchup between James Aranas and Jonas Pagpantay. How about Bui Chong An of Vietnam is also through. He'll be taking on AJ Manas tomorrow as well.
That's certainly a game that nobody thought might happen in the finals. I mean, not to discredit them, but there were many big names in this tournament.
Right.
But both of them, credits to them, they are really pulling off major upsets to get there.
How about Aloysius Yap being the upset victim earlier of AJ Manas?
AJ Manas played fantastic and played really well in his other game against Luong Duk Tien in order to get to the quarterfinals.
Well, for this 16 matchup, it is Ko Pin-yi. So far, so good for him. Up 2-0 against Desmond Go. This is a winner's break, of course. And first to 10 advances to the quarterfinals. And we'll have that for you bright and early tomorrow, actually. First schedule we saw on the board is something like 10 a.m.
It's really early. Going through, if you were Desmond Go, what would be going through your mind right now?
I'm just waiting for somebody to make a mistake. Just one mistake. Or praying perhaps that the break, doesn't favor his opponent. Because again, that's going to be very critical.
I mean, what's your mentality coming to this game? Do you just feel like, you just want to have fun?
No, not really. If you've come this far, you should be aiming to win everything already. Not just against Ko Pin-yi. You should already be looking at a championship. And the moment you start believing that you can win a championship, then the pool gods might help you out. That was close. How about that? 3 down on the break.
The way Ko Pin-yi is hitting that break shot is remarkable. I think probably the best we've seen on the TV table so far.
Yeah,
today.
In terms of the break.
Yeah.
Almost had a golden break there. We have yet to see one here on this TV table in terms of the break. Not a good look here on the 2, but at least it's an open look.
So I think he'll be looking to play a safety behind the 6 ball.
And the balls are spread out so much that playing a safety is probably as hard as hitting an offensive shot. It's a good call. He's going to try to go behind the 6. No, he does not go behind the 6.
So we got our first look at Desmond, which is actually quite a straightforward rack for him. Just needs to roll in the 2 ball, and the 4-9 combination is staring right in his face.
Desmond Go, he won't get very many opportunities like this against a world champion. Now, for some, you need to just get the first rack. Okay, I was able to beat Ko Pin-yi in 1 rack. Then you have to string it together.
Yes.
I mean, I'd never asked AJ Manas what was going through his mind when he was going up against Aloysius Yap. That's like one of the best players in the world.
Yes, but he certainly looked very comfortable on the TV table. I think it's all the games and all the experience that he has gathered in the Philippines. It really helps when playing events like this.
And of course also the mentorship of his older brothers, so to speak. Guys like Johan Chua, Jeffrey Ignacio.
Yes. He's surrounded by a plethora of options for...
Comes up a little short here on the prep, and that causes the miss for Desmond Go. He wanted to be a little bit more straight on this, but look at this.
So of course a very costly mistake there from Desmond. His first rack, but it's never easy when you're playing against a former world champion like Ko Pin-yi.
But again, the mentality is you cannot afford to make a mistake.
Yes.
I mean, the only thing you can control here if you're Desmond Go is your time on the table. When you're not on the table, the only thing you can do is pray.
So Ko Pin-yi has opted to play the 5 past the 9 to the center pocket.
Which sort of makes sense because the 6 ball is right there as well. Yeah, pretty straightforward. I was talking about some of the big names of Chinese Taipei in the past. Yang Qingxun, I was just bringing his name up earlier. Of course, the 16-year-old when he won it, Wu Chia-ching, another spectacular player. And of course, Chao Fong-pang. He's probably the godfather of them all, right?
These are all the Taiwanese legends.
Yeah, those are all the legends right there.
Let's not forget Kuo Chung, which actually played for in this tournament.
Of course.
Yeah. He finished runner-up to Wu Jiaxing in the World Nineball Championship final.
And then, of course, you got the Ko brothers now. so many developing players out of Chinese Taipei as well. As we have the first 3 racks now going to the ledger of Ko Pin Yi. Doesn't look like he's going to be stopping. Again, you cannot make a mistake. Looks like we are going to have a little bit from the players. I don't think Ko Pin Yi is going anywhere. But how about this break? 3 balls going down. It's getting better and better in terms of the way he's breaking the ball. However, it took a mistake like that by Desmond Go.
So for those of you who are not familiar with Desmond, he's actually a really good player. I think it's just the nerves and the unfamiliarity of the situation that's causing him to have all this pressure.
It was actually, you could work it the other way around, as the players have taken a break. It's a familiarity of the situation because he's up against the world champion.
Yes.
We'll talk more about that when we return. Stay with us. Back with us here inside the Aspire Recreation Center in Singapore for our continuing coverage of the TE Capital APP 9-ball tournament in the final 16 right now, the last match of the final 16. Moving on to the round of 8 of the quarterfinals. My name is Noel Zarate with Gabriel Lowe, and it's so far so good for the gentleman from Chinese Taipei. And as I say that, he gets his first dry break.
Talk about a commentator's curse.
Yeah, that's right. He did win his first 3 racks. That is a fact. So Ko Pin Yi is now up 3-0 against Desmond Go, who's at the table again. What went wrong with that break?
I think that the contact on the 1 ball was a bit too thick. Thicker than you would like. And because he's going too full into the 9 ball.
Right.
So, yeah. So another chance for Desmond, who has a open look at the 1 ball.
Yeah, he needs to get into path of the 2 ball after hitting the 1. Does he connect with the 7 just to get that done?
I think he's looking to play the 2 into the 7 for a combination. Oh, he's playing it real first.
That's it. Oh, how about that?
He played it as a little 2-way shot.
Yeah. So he's going to test Ko Pin Yi. Ko Pin Yi is going to have a kick shot at this. You know that the Chinese Taipei players like to use the jump cue.
And just now we saw Ko Ping Chung actually pull off a few magnificent jump shots.
Right.
He's actually using his own brand of jump cue, Ko jump cue.
Let's see if the Ko jump cue is going to work. Of course, he wants to get that cue ball behind the 2 and the 6 as well after contact. He's not going to get it done.
He's left an open 1 ball for Desmond again.
It's pretty much like golf. You put a lot of spin on the ball. Sometimes it hits the grass and then spins back. This time it just stayed there. The plan was really to hide it behind the 2 and the 6.
Yes. I mean, players nowadays are so good with the jump cue.
Right.
They can afford to play draw, follow. It's quite amazing. I love to watch Fedor Goss when he pulls out the jump cue. Fantastic.
So Desmond now, that's what you were talking about earlier, the 2-7 combination.
Combinations are never easy, but as far as combinations go, this is quite makeable.
Of course, you don't want to make both balls, because you want to prep for the next object ball, which is the 3 ball.
Yes. But I think in this situation, position is automatic if he makes the 7 ball.
Yeah, if he had kissed the 6 a little bit more, that might have changed the trajectory of everything. But
yeah, he hit that good. Huh? So a wide open rack for Desmond.
Yeah.
Good opportunity for him to get off the board here.
Yeah, and you have to forget about that miss that he had in the previous rack. And again, no shot clock, so you can actually take your time in a lot of these decisions. He is reaching for his extension, but we did see the match earlier on that took like over 2 hours, I would think that was.
But what a game that
was.
was.
It was a quality match.
Fantastic
It was a quality
game,
match.
yes.
Yeah, that was a matchup between Mickey Krauss and Ko Ping-chung. Ko Ping-chung, of course, is through. But it was a hill game. It was 9-9.
I think not many people expected it to go the distance in that game.
Right. Mickey Krauss, though, he had spent a lot of time in the Philippines, and it actually helped him in his game as well. After Desmond Go,
I think he said something like along the lines that Jeffrey De Luna is actually the one that's mentoring him now.
That's a good mentor. Well, he is a 5-time Denmark champion. Mickey Krauss is, at least. But unfortunately for Mickey Krauss, he does not cross over to the round of 8.
Well, for Mickey, he's been knocking on the door for many events.
That's right.
Like when it's US Open, he's always in the last 64, last 32. He's getting there. I think with some more time and some more practice, he might have a breakthrough year next year.
He had a hill against Ko Ping-chung. Come on, you're there. He was leading, actually.
Many people's dream to get more than 6 or 7 racks against Ko Ping-chung, especially in the form that Ko Ping-chung is playing right now.
And to the credit of Mickey Krauss, he played an excellent game today. He played an excellent game. Perhaps the best we've seen.
So I think some positives to be drawn from that game against Ko Ping-chung.
Because sometimes when you lose, you don't want to watch the video because, I don't want to see how I lost. But that's where you really pick up a lot of lessons.
Right, so Desmond going to draw 1 rail, center of the table for the 8 ball.
Yeah, so looks like with 2 balls to go with no problem facing him, Desmond Go is going to finally get that first moral victory. I beat Ko Ping-yi. Yeah, you have to start.
Yes.
You have to start somewhere.
I mean, the first rack is always the hardest to win. Right?
I remember a few Filipino friends of mine tried to go up against Efren Reyes or Francisco Bustamante, and I got a rack against them. Of course, they would playing 10 ball, and they would spot, all right, yours is the 6, 8, and 10.
Oh, that's the handicap, yes.
The handicap, right? No handicap needed here as Desmond Go takes his first rack after winning in rack number 4, but still down 3-1 against Ko Ping-yi of Chinese Taipei. I mean, who was in your case, you play a lot. Who's the best player in the world that you've ever had to play against? And just like for kicks, like, hey, I want to challenge you.
Personally, for me, I have not played against many professionals, but I must say that playing with Aloysius is really, really tough.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we do actually like practice once in a while, and he gives me like 4 or 5 racks, and it's really, really, really tough. I raced to 11, he's racing to 11, and I'm racing to like 6.
So that's your handicap.
That's my handicap, yeah. And it's just hard to get even more than 2 or 3 racks against him.
But he's still able to beat Aloysius Yap.
No.
No, in one rack at least.
One rack, yes.
That's it. That's what
Yes.
you talk about. That's what you tell your friends. You don't tell them about the race to 11. I beat Aloysius. Yeah, I beat him in one rack. Fair and square.
Yes.
No handicap ball. See?
Handicap, yes.
It has to start somewhere. And Desmond Go right now was able to beat a world champion in one rack. Who knows, if his break goes in, he might string it together. The best way to beat a world champion is to make him sit on his chair the whole time.
Yes. So Desmond certainly hoping to make that one on the side that you see Ko Ping-yi making all the time.
How about 9 in the corner or 9 in the side, right?
I think Desmond will be praying for it.
9 never moved.
So he's hit it a little thick.
Yeah, dry break, shot on the 1.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. It's a little bit thin.
A little bit thin.
Yeah, it's a little bit thin.
Right.
I mean,
what are your thoughts about the break box now? Because in the day, I mean, when I used to play, I used to put the ball on the extreme left side of the table.
I think that's one of the biggest changes that Matchroom implemented to Nineball, and I really, really think that it's a very positive change because now that the break is such a big skill, it's not easy, and players, there's so much more pull. Look at the rack here. Everything is tough. There's no easy clearance, and you see more pool playing abilities from these professionals.
Right.
I think it's a very good change, and the fact that it's random rack, so there's no rack pattern racking or rack manipulation. So I mean, I think it's a very positive change, and it's certainly shown in the standards of the players nowadays. I think many players have improved by playing this format, practicing this format. Yeah. What are your thoughts on this?
No, it's great. It creates a lot of unpredictability. I mean, probably the only sure thing that you can really count on is making the 1.
Yes.
If you make any other ball after the 1, then that's a bonus. If you don't make anything on the break, you get a dry break, then you adjust the next time you break. And you're right about the unpredictability, of course, of the randomness of the balls, because sometimes you're looking where they put the 2 ball because you're making the 1.
Yes.
So, but then you see that the 2 ball's somewhere else, and then you can't really plan for your next shot. So, like akin to poker, your post-flop play has to be as excellent as your pre-flop play. In this case, look at the way he's jacked up here on the table.
Opted to play a safety. Containing shot.
A containing shot is correct.
I mean, not to say that there was anything wrong with the previous format. It's just like sometimes you will see someone like Shane Van Boening breaking and potting 5 balls on the break.
Right.
All we want to see as pool fans, we
Yeah.
want to see more pool being played,
That's right,
not
that's right.
breaking and there's left 4 balls on the table.
I remember in the 2006 World Championship when Ronnie Alcano just used a soft break.
Yes.
All he did was pot the 1 all the time,
yes,
pot the 1. He would
it's
stand the
skillful.
table.
It's skillful. Not to discredit him, but we want to see more. More drama.
Right.
Like what we're seeing in this rack. Safety exchange, lifting difficult shots.
Right. What's Desmond thinking about here? He does have a full 2 ball.
I think he's looking to hit the back of the 2.
He's going. Like a
hitting
semi-kick?
rail first. Rail first, hitting the back of the 2. Full ball. Sending the 2 up table.
Oh, and trying to hide. Oh, that's a successful shot.
However,
that's a jump shot. Or is it too far?
I think it's a bit too far, so I mean it's a bit risky if you're going to jump this. But that was a very good shot from Desmond, playing that kick safety.
Ko Ping-yi is probably thinking, "Don't tempt me. I will get my magic wand."
So I think Ko is just going to hit the short rail and hit the 2 ball very slightly, or you can opt to play maybe about 2 rails contact. Yeah, I think he's looking to play the long rail, short rail, and hit directly into the 2.
Well, he missed the 2 completely. You sort of feel that he rushed that shot too. I mean, there's no shot clock. He could have taken his time more to adjust to that, but he just let it fly, and now it's ball in hand for Desmond Go.
Yes, I mean, kicking in pool, especially at this level, is never easy because apart from making contact with the ball, you have to leave it safe or leave it difficult.
Right.
So that you don't lose the rack. Maximize your chances of winning the rack.
That's right. And now with ball in hand, you can actually see how he's gonna he has to solve this 8-5 problem also. It's not really a big problem.
I think he's looking to draw into the 5-8.
There you go. Okay, he solved it. I was telling Eddie Rivera just the other day, there are some players who are just natural problem solvers.
Yes. I would say Desmond is leaning more into that category of player.
Right.
Because he's not really the sort of player that relies on flair like James Aranas.
Yeah, that's a great name to put out in terms of flair.
Or like Johan
Chua, you're right, yeah.
But when it comes to tactical plays, this is certainly his strong suit.
So he has cleared that 5 ball of any difficulties.
That's a
Still
very
okay.
good shot.
Yeah, still okay.
Playing for the 5 into the same pocket as the 3 ball.
6 ball is all the way down here. And you also like that Desmond is a little bit more deliberate than his opponent. I mean, he really takes his time, looks at all of his options. Even if he knows what he's going to shoot, he still has a pre-shot routine that he follows.
Yes, he's very, very disciplined player. Definitely, he is very disciplined. I mean, he's a coach, right? He has to.
I'm sure his students are watching also right now. How's Coach doing against the world champion? Doing very well, thank you.
Oh, he's playing very well in this rack.
Oh, and there he also has a chance to win back-to-back racks against the world champion. Again, you have to start somewhere and build your confidence. And this is a great thing about the game of pool, is that you can actually win by making sure that your opponent doesn't do anything.
Yes. It's you against the table.
Yeah, it's you against the table.
You're not playing your opponent, you're playing the table.
Right. In golf, your opponent still has a chance to swing even after you swung.
Yes.
Here, you just leave him at the leave him on his chair. He'll just watch you. Can't do anything about it.
Yes. So in a sense, very unique. So because I don't think there are many sports that are like this.
Well, they tried to make this like a tennis style, of course, with the alternate break when they introduced the alternate break before. I wasn't never a big fan of the alternate break.
Yeah, neither was I. I think that the winner break was always the way to go.
Right.
And apparently Matchroom thinks similarly. So. I'm just glad with all the work that Matchroom has been doing, they are able to promote the sport better.
Wow. I think Matchroom is #1 in that category, if you ask me. Not only this year, of recent, they've been doing it forever.
Yes. Just that of the recent years when they brought up the World Nineball Tour, they've ramped it up to a different level.
Right. And look at how many superstars that have come out of that. When you win the World Nineball Championship, you're considered, of course, you're a world champion, but you're also guaranteed the status of superstar.
Yes.
After that.
Desmond's left with a long 8 ball here. Played it well.
Yeah, pretty much home free now for Desmond Go.
So Desmond has made a very strong bounce back from the earlier mistake that he made in the first rack.
Right.
I think that timeout has did him some good.
Actually, you have a point there, because Koh Ping Yi has not won a rack since the timeout.
Yeah.
Desmond Go has now won back-to-back racks against Koh Ping Yi. He will be breaking in rack number 6. But first, of course, we'd like to thank our friends from TE Capital, the title sponsor of this event, the Asian Pool Federation, and the Asian Pool Promotions as well, and the Matchroom World 9-Ball Tour. This is a ranking event for that. And our equipment sponsors, of course, Rason, Mr. Sung's Acura Pool Table, which is what you're seeing right now on this replay. It's a very table. And how many of them we have here at ARC?
Yeah, I think we have 6 tables here. And I don't hear any complaints from the players at all.
Definitely.
I think they're all very pleased with the table, the way the table's playing, the table, and the look of the table is very aesthetic too.
Same thing with the look of the balls here, brought to us by Dynasphere's Palladium pool balls. And us commentators were talking about, it's nice to see the old colors back with the cue ball. No more codes on figuring out which is the 4, which is the 5. We're back to the regular colors here. And of course, the CPBA Royal Cloth, which is what we're using now, along with perimeter lightings. With the lighting that we have here, almost no shadows you see on the table. It's just the players and the table.
Yes.
And our trade sponsors as well, Academy Tips and Chalk. And these are personal items, of course, of the players as well as our official sponsor. And, of course, the Q Shop, our billiards trade sponsor. And commercial sponsors include, of course, Arbor, Sin Soon Lee, and, of course, Sunray, and our venue sponsor, of course, the very beautiful venue, the Aspire Recreation Center. Rack 6.
Desmond, alright, so this time Desmond has made the 1 in the side pocket.
However, the 2 is a problem. That's what you love about the randomness. Look at where the 2 ball is spotted this time. It's at the bottom of the rail, or bottom of the set.
And it's affected where the 2 ball is. It was previously on the bottom side of the table, now it's on the top.
Right.
And the cue ball is running everywhere. Love it.
Well, he did make the 1. Now he's considering a push out here. Of course, the push out can only happen after the break, and the player coming to the table has that option. Gonna force him into a jump shot. Of course, usually the Chinese Taipei players don't say no to a jump shot.
Yes, especially Ko. I think it's a good time for him to market his Ko jump cue.
That's right. It is going to be into a jump shot. I'm not quite sure if he wanted that many blockers there. Now, Ko can also just say, all right, you do it.
Yeah. But, well, that's exactly what Ko has done here.
Yeah.
He has put Desmond back.
Desmond's got to have a plan B, right? If in case it goes back to him. There's an offensive kick here, by the way.
Yeah, I think there's a real first here, but I think Desmond's really set up his mind when shooting this jump shot. Personally, not a big fan of this push-out because I feel that this situation is a bit too difficult. Even if you do pot the 2 ball,
yeah,
placing for the 3 ball is...
As a Filipino, I say kick hit.
Yes. I think that Desmond's kick is really good.
Well, not as good as his jump shot, as he apologizes to Ko Ping-yi for not letting the ball leave the table. I mean, this is probably the most shot we've seen all day.
Wow, it jumped onto the rail,
yeah,
and it drops back onto the playing surface. So of course, not a foul, and a brilliant shot there from Desmond Go.
Well, not only that, he's got a shot on the next object ball as well.
That's a highlight reel moment there.
Yeah, really. I mean, this goes viral.
Left with a tester on the 3 ball. Drawing 1 rail.
Oh.
Never easy.
Yeah, that's a big mistake right there.
The shot after the amazing
your
shot.
Pulse rate's still up.
Yes.
Well, at least he's going to come away with that highlight. Now, the thing is, can Ko Ping-yi finish the job here in rack number 6? No problem balls, by the way. The real problem ball is this one, making the 3.
Well, shooting, bridging off the rail is a little bit tricky sometimes, but I still favor him to make it and to run up this rack. Ooh.
Oh, boy, he knew it too. He cheated the pocket way too much just to get that straight in position for the 5. Oh, the 4 ball rather, yeah.
So Ko is probably going to opt to play top left and play 3 rails in between the 6 and the 7.
Right, there we go again with the colors being messed up. Sort of gotten used to all these years that purple ball was the 5.
Yes. Now there's so many different equipments available, so you know.
Yeah, the 4 used to be the pink one,
yes,
but there's no pink one anymore. Yeah, even the great players, even Efren and Django, they get confused with the color of that ball until it became standard that the 4 was pink and the 5 was purple. Now it's back to the old colors.
Yes. That's a very unexpected miss there from Ko Ping-yi.
That is an unforced error that nobody saw coming from the gentleman from Chinese Taipei. Take a look at this.
I think partially because 9 and 6 hampering his bridging a little bit. So another opportunity for Desmond to tie the game at 3 racks apiece.
An opportunity he thought he would never have after missing a shot earlier.
So what Desmond's looking to do is run the cue ball 3 rails. He wants to land on the correct side of the 6 ball so that position to the 7 will be straightforward.
This is a straightforward shot right there. Might be a little too straight, but he'll take it.
Yeah, that smile on his face tells me that I think he's a little too straight on the 6 ball. So it looks like his options are limited now. He has to roll the 6 ball down, take the 7 in the top right corner.
Yeah, take it on the long side this time. You can see he is putting some top spin on the cue ball. Oh,
that was a unexpected miss from Desmond, who's actually been playing not too bad. His potting has been quite okay.
Yeah, but he was trying to create an angle because he was very, very straight. But now this is a bankable 6 for Ko Pin Yi.
So I think on that shot, Desmond has lost the plot a little bit. I think that he should have just rolled down and settled for a tougher 7 ball.
Right. Oh, defense on the 6. So not quite sure if there's any glimmer of the 6 from behind the 9 ball.
So that gives us an indication that Ko maybe has not really settled yet, because I think that bank was on. It's just whether he wanted to shoot at it or not.
But he also knows his opponent is struggling right now, so why not let him struggle some more?
Yeah. But you never know with... Oh, he seems to leave an edge of the 6 ball.
Can he hit it though?
Lining it up.
He's double clutching on this one. He's got to play this with perfect speed if he wants to put the 6 behind the 7 and play a safety.
Honestly, I don't see any rewards of swerving and hitting the 6 ball because you're always going to leave a shot because of the speed that you're hitting it at. So that's why he's lining up the kick shot here. Well, these kicks are always a bit tricky. Watch out for the point on the center pocket. That will always play a big...
Well, looks like he's still going straight at the 6. Oh, just use distance now. Oh, he's not going to get there. Did he put it on the rail? Not sure.
But he's left a difficult shot for Ko Pin Yi. And judging by the way that Ko's been playing for the first few racks, I don't favor him to make this shot.
No, you're onto something there. Of course, it's not that straight and it's very far. And you have to rely on the roll of your ball. If there's any form of debris there on the table, it's going to alter it. Yeah.
And he's missed that by quite a margin. Not something that you see from Ko very often.
But it's also something you see from a lot of pros if they're unsure about their execution. And Ko's probably thinking, it's a race to 10. All right, let's just get it back later. But Desmond's got to do the job here, though.
So he's got a look at the 6 ball. I think he's just going to play a center ball and just roll the 6 ball in.
It always helps if you don't have to manipulate the cue ball. Natural angle drags it to the 7. And 2 options on this. Just go forward or go backwards. It's up to him now.
So he's opting to play a little stun draw on the 7 ball.
Go backwards.
That's a good shot he played there. Letting the arm loose. Maybe alleviate some of the tension that's in his arm.
Because if he played it forward, God knows where that ball might have rolled. The way this rack is going, it's the longest rack of the match so far.
And I think these pro players, they tend to shy away from playing follow so much. Not very comfortable playing follow.
Right. There's another draw, and he's going to be straight in on the 9. That's the important part. So Desmond Go, how about 3 in a row? 3 straight racks in his ledger. So after Kopin-Yi got the first 3, Desmond Go of Singapore comes back and ties it up, and Kopin-Yi has left the building for the moment. And looks like we are also going to step away but not before we take a look at some of the highlights of this very long rack. At least 10 minutes long on this one. That was the miracle shot that Desmond Go used to pot the 2 after a jump shot. Then he ran into all sorts of trouble. But in the end was able to pick it up and take his 3rd consecutive win. Rack number 6 is in the books. We're going to have rack number 7 in just a few moments. Back with us here in our continuing coverage of the TE Capital APP 9-ball tournament from the Aspire Recreation Center in Singapore. My name is Noel Zarate, working with Gabriel Lowe. And the Singaporean back at the table, Desmond Go, after losing the first 3 racks. He has now won the last 3 racks. How about this? Another moral victory here, Gabriel. I'm leading against Kopin-Yi. How about that? First, he needs to have a good break, though.
Looking to make the 1 in the side.
He did.
And he's got a shot on the 2-ball.
And looks like no issues in terms of tie-ups here. He took a long time before, at least for the break shot. But that's the best break we've seen today, from him at least. Remember, Kopin-Yi made 3 balls on the break earlier.
Yes, Desmond is certainly one that takes a little longer on the shot. Not like your fillers or your FSRs.
Oh, or yeah, go back to the time when I was watching. Luke Salvas, Tony Drago.
Tony Drago, yes.
I actually met Tony Drago, and he was in Manila in 2004. And I asked him, well, why do you rush your shot a lot? He said the moment he plants, he knows it's the shot. So why take more time?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the longer you take, the more insecurities can creep into your mind,
Right.
right? So I mean, the approach is different. It's a different style. I mean, that's why we love pool, right?
Right,
So many different types of players, and it's very nice to see the different styles that everybody has.
This one, you're probably thinking, he's got a straight in shot on the 3. Why not shoot it? He's not just shooting the 3, guys. He's already on the 6.
Yes,
He's already figuring out how to get from the 5 to the 6.
So often when you see these players, when they're looking around, they're actually not aiming the shot, more like they're thinking about how to be placing for the next subsequent few balls.
Right.
So he's probably thinking about this ball, this crucial shot here, the 4 to the 5. What kind of angle he wants for it.
How would you play this, though? There are 2 ways of approaching it. You got the short side and the long side of the 5.
Well, he's gonna play it to the 3 rails, playing with a bit of right hand spin here. But he's landed a little bit straight. So he's got to, he really has to let his arm loose. So it's a good shot there, right, Desmond?
Also looks like he's going to play the 6 into the same pocket he's playing the 5. He doesn't look happy. But I guess that's his normal facial expression, right?
Well, I think he would be certainly very happy if he pulls off the win against Ko Ping Yi.
Yeah. Again, little moral victories. You know, you're down 3-0, and then you say, okay, I just need that 1 rack. Then he gets it. And then now I need to string them together. And he got it. And now he is 4 balls away from picking up the lead.
Yeah, it's all about the baby steps, right? That he has to take.
Always. Pretty much before you know it, you're probably on the hill. You know, you can't be. That's the great thing about sports, is there are always underdog stories.
Yes. In pool, you get underdog stories all the time.
All the time. I remember Roberto Gomez when I'm not quite sure what year it was. Collision on the 7. Well, he's still okay. I remember Roberto Gomez had to go through qualifiers to make it to the World Pool Championship, and he won.
Yeah. all is these kinds of stories, you know, that really inspire the younger generation.
Right.
I think that the biggest underdog story of last year,
great shot, by the way,
was by Mohammad Sufi when he went to the World Nineball Championship finals. You know, he was unknown. Nobody knew him. Nobody even expected him to qualify, and he went to the finals, beating many good players along the way. So could we be seeing another Sufi story in Singapore?
You know what? It's not that far from impossible. Yeah, you gotta love the anything is possible thing. Well, now he's getting some applause from the crowd. Of course, there are a lot of Singaporeans still in here.
So he is the last Singaporean standing, with Aloysius Yap losing to AJ Manas just now.
Yeah, I'm just confirming my Roberto Gomez story. He didn't win. He made it to the finals as a qualifier.
And he lost to Daryl Peach, right?
He did.
I remember that final. I think must be heartbreaking for him, because he missed the 9 to win the tournament. And Daryl Peach managed to hold himself together for the last rack.
I actually got to talk to Roberto Gomez about that years later. He said, it's okay because I didn't belong there. He accepted that he didn't belong there, but to get that far, that opened so many doors for him, and now he's what we call Superman.
That's a very good mindset to have.
That was years later, of course. I'm sure he was able to process it. He's saying, probably he was crying for like 2 months, missing the 9-ball. But yeah, fate has a different way of building your career. Aloysius Yap for me was also a big underdog story. I mean, who knew Aloysius Yap before recently? I mean, just from the last 2 years, that's when he started making his name.
It all started at the US Open run that he had.
Right.
Which Carlo Biado beat him in the finals, actually.
Of course, he was in the SEA Games also.
Yeah, I mean, most people knew him from around the region, but not Europe or US.
The same thing with Anton Raga. He's like been the best kept secret of the Philippines. Finally gets a US visa and he's starting to tear up the Western Hemisphere. Rack 8. He's moved to the other side now. Oh, he's getting the break done. And a shot on the 2 as well.
I think the 4 ball has come into the last second to block his pocket.
I'm pretty sure it looks like, let's see it again. Let's see from this. It looks like it passes though.
Well, I hope it does.
Yeah, it looks like it does. He's gotten a better look at.
So he's left with a long and thin 2 ball.
But natural to the 3. It's the 8 and 9 that I'm looking at also here. That's going to be an issue.
Yes. So that is certainly on Desmond's mind, but I think he's just focusing on potting the 2 ball now.
Oh, you're right. The 4 might have actually taken a bit of the angle off.
And he even has that 6 ball there as hampering his bridging.
Right. He has to bridge over it.
So this is not an easy shot.
Yeah. It's not an easy shot. Now he's left an easy shot. For the gentleman from Chinese Taipei, Ko Pin-yi, 2015 world champion. 9-ball. Was he also a 2015 10-ball champion, right?
Yes, he was.
Oh, wow.
And I think he won the World Cup of Pool in the same year as well. So
this is ridiculous.
So 2015 was certainly a year to remember for Ko Pin-yi.
Right. Oh, he did win again this year.
In the Whirlpool Masters final against Eklund Kachi. Won 13 racks to 5.
Yeah, pretty convincing victory here. Now the 2 is automatic here. He is already looking at the 8-9. That's how far he is already in his flight path. Oh, now he puts his hand on his head.
What has happened to Ko Pin-yi? It seems that after that 3-0 lead, he's been out of sorts.
Yeah. Well, he got the position he wanted on the 3. The problem is he didn't make the 2. A little bit of a blessing here for Ko Pin-yi is that there's no direct shot at the 2.
So yes, he's gotten a little bit fortunate with that miss on the 2 ball.
You can just park this behind the 4, the cue ball that is.
Hit it too thin.
Yeah, he did. 4 ball is now in the area where the 9 and the 8 are, so that could be an instrument to break that up later on. Desmond, that's the first time I've seen him smile today.
I think he's enjoying his time out there.
He says he's nodding his head and telling, no, Gabriel, I'm not.
So he's left Ko Pin-yi with a tough 2 ball. I think
it's a bankable shot again.
Yeah, it's bankable. Or he can cut it in the side. I think he's eyeing up this cut in the side pocket. It's a little bit thin, and the side pockets are no joke.
Right, and I like, that's why I'm saying I like the bank, because you can let your shot go a little bit. Let your arm move a little bit, because you've been in the freezer for way too long. But he is going to the side.
He's underran his cue ball a little bit there.
Okay, now the scratch that's come into play here. He has to manipulate the cue ball.
He may not even be attacking this 3 ball because of how difficult it is. He seems to be eyeing up the pot. Based on his shot choice, I can sort of deduce that the cue ball does pass by the 7. Or the angle is thick enough to draw off 1 rail. Goes past the 7.
Oh boy, but he cheated the pocket there a bit. Almost left it.
It's a very nice touch from Ko Pin-yi.
4 to the 5 now. Bit straight here.
So nothing easy in this rack.
Definitely.
It's tough 4 to 5, and the 8 and 9 are still tied up.
A little too straight.
It's all to play for in this rack.
Decides to play it with follow. Does it get there? Does it get there? He looks like he has enough of it.
That was a brilliant shot played by Ko Ping-yi. So now I think he's looking to try to go into the 8 or the 9 ball.
Oh, that's a good observation.
Because I think that position comes quite automatically if contact is made on either one of those two balls.
Oh, the speed's got to be perfect for that, though.
But, I mean, no one knows speed control better than Ko Ping-yi, right?
I would think so, yeah.
So he's not playing to the 8
he's
and
not
9.
playing the break. I'm not quite sure what his plan is with this 8 and 9. He's starting to run out of options on how to break it up. He has another one here, but I don't think the 7's in the way, right?
So I think he wants to land underneath the 7, about where the 6 ball is now, maybe a little bit thicker, and try to bump the cue ball into the 8 and the 9. So this positional shot is very vital for him.
Right.
Crucial shot for him.
Just might run into the 7 though if he's not careful. Oh.
So the speed is very important. He didn't get there.
Oh, he's gonna get there, all right.
Doesn't really have the angle to break the 8 and 9. So he might be setting up for 8-9 carom. Needs to land in a good angle. He's lining it up right now.
Tactical rack ongoing here. Of course, all the tacticals coming from Ko Ping-yi. He's trying to win his first rack since rack 3.
And he's really had to work for this rack. I mean, if he pulls it off, I think he's landed really good for the carom shot.
Or sometimes we call it a billiard shot.
I think the Taiwanese and the Filipinos are the best at doing these billiard shots.
I would think that there are certain Filipinos who are very good at it. Oh.
He's caught that very thick.
Yeah, the best guy doing that, of course, the legendary magician, Efren Reyes, with the carom shot. Even the correct speed in playing the carom shot. Now, this is not an easy shot, but it's something that Desmond Go has to go with. Now, he does have enough angle to draw this as well.
So it's a tester here for Desmond.
Right.
To pull a 2-rack advantage over Ko Ping-yi. How many people in the world can say that?
How many people would say that I won 5 in a row?
Yeah. Oh, he's
missed it by a long ways.
So he's actually returned Ko Ping-yi an easier shot because the cue ball and the 8 ball are a little bit closer.
Less railed, it's a little closer to the bottom rail, but still. He's not happy about that, for sure. That's the one. That could be the turning point of this match.
So Ko Ping-yi let off the hook on that shot there.
He's jacked up here as well. No problem. And the 4-rack win streak is over for Desmond Go. We're back on even ground after rack number 8, a very long rack number 8. And that's something that Desmond Go just let slip out of his hands. Now Ko Ping-yi, he's going back to game face mode right now. I gotta make this break. I don't trust leaving the Singaporean with the shot because it has upset written all over it. Really. Again, good break there coming from Desmond Go to start things off.
And this was not an easy rack to run out for both players.
Yeah. With little mistakes, of course, here and there.
And I think Desmond will be quite disappointed that he missed that 8 ball, because that was a really, really big opportunity to get a 2-rack advantage over Ko Ping Yi.
We go back to that carom shot that missed. Here was that one from Desmond Go. He would have been perfect on the 9, but again, you got to make the pot first. And Ko Ping Yi was not going to make the same mistake. Tied at 4. Into rack number now. Sort of reminds you of the earlier match, where it was like practically take the lead, take it back, tie it up, you know.
Neck and neck all the way.
Neck and neck all the way. That was, of course, between Mickey Krauss and Ko Ping Chun. Ko Ping Chun, of course, winning that one in the end. Hill.
So
break and run out.
In the final, right?
Ooh.
Final rack. So Ko Ping Yi has missed the 1 aside, but he's made the corner ball. So
the 6 got kicked in.
It seems like Ko is going through a little bit of a internal meltdown.
A struggle, at least.
I mean, he started off potting 3 on the break, making no mistakes, and suddenly, after 1 timeout, he needs to recuperate himself.
Well, at least he was able to get 1 rack back now. We're tied. And you know, you want to let out the cobwebs, go for the back shot. Just go for the back shot and just bring that cue ball down. I mean, let it loose.
I don't think he was going. Oh,
wow, he caught the point.
That wasn't a very good shot. It seems he was in 2 minds how to play that 1 ball.
Right.
Didn't really seem that he was mind up before shooting the 1 ball.
Oh, by hitting the point right now, Gabriel, he leaves quite an open table.
I mean, he's left the 1, but position to the 2 isn't very, very straightforward here. He needs to navigate around the 3 and the 5 and the 9. He has to avoid all those balls.
The speed is going to have to play a critical part in this decision. He'll take that. Well, about 3 rolls short.
I mean, he's got to play he's got to let the arm loose here in this shot. Play it around the whole table.
It looks like he's around the whole table, or can't even use inside spin, can he?
He might just settle for a thin 3 ball here.
He has a thin 2 ball right now.
Yeah. That's a very good shot from Desmond.
Again, good speed control.
He seems to have found his rhythm.
He did play it inside, spin a bit.
I mean, he's had opportunities on the table to get his arm loose, to get into the groove.
Yeah, talk about time of possession. We call that. You still have time of possession in football, right?
Yeah.
This time of possession favoring Desmond Go.
Yeah. And it's really helping him because, I mean, he made some early mistakes and he's bounced back tremendously from there.
It looks like all the landmines have been sidestepped in this rack.
So Desmond is favored to take a 5-4 lead over Ko Ping Yi. He's just left with 4 very straightforward balls, which I would expect him to clear. He's gonna play a follow with a little bit of left hand spin on the 7 ball to go around the 8.
Well, he did what you said, except that he didn't make the 7 ball. That's a bad one.
That's a big mistake there from Desmond. 2 racks, he had the opportunity to further the lead.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, it should be a 6-3 lead now.
Yes.
For Desmond Go. Instead, Ko Ping Yi's 2 balls away from reclaiming the lead.
And how often do you get the chance to go 6-3
Right,
up on
right.
Koping?
And again, what we were talking about earlier, he's sitting down. He can't stop you. He can pull out his stick and block your shot. Now you give him a chance to pull out his stick and stick this 9 in and take the lead.
So he's landed a little bit awkward on the 9. Queuing off the rail is never easy.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to bear down on this 9 ball.
Yeah, no problem. The lead goes back now to Ko Pin Yi.
So Desmond will be kicking himself after those 2 mistakes.
Back-to-back racks. Final 3 balls this time, final 2 balls the last time. And Desmond Go with catastrophic misses.
And these are misses that he can do without.
Yeah, yeah. And these are the 9 out of 10 misses, you know what I'm talking about? It's not even the 8 out of 10. These are the 9 out of 10 misses. And 9 times out of 10, you would actually make the shot.
Yes. I mean, if you're just shooting in the pool room, just practicing, I mean, you make these shots any day.
He was on point in all of these shots. I'm just wondering what happened to that 7 ball.
It was a little bit touchy. I could understand that he missed it, but
there it is.
I didn't expect him to miss it.
Was he thinking that he might run into the 8 if he played it the correct angle? But
yeah, that could be one of his concerns. Maybe he didn't want to land too straight on the 8 ball.
Well, again, everything they say, hindsight is 20/20. And now Ko Pin Yi has to punish Desmond Go for making those 2 mistakes. And now he has an opportunity to never let Desmond back at the table. Remember, the first 2 racks that Desmond Go won, or make that Ko Pin Yi won, or the middle rack actually, was a break and run out. Can he do it again? Check that, 2 and 3 were breaks and runs out, run outs. 9, I'll make the 1, 7. Wow, how many went down? 3 went down.
3 went down. Yes.
Yeah, he did that last time in rack 2.
It seems that he's caught back his break mojo.
That's a good word.
But I don't know whether he can see the 2. I think he can. He's lining up.
Never mind if he can't see the 2. He's got shorty.
Yeah. He's so good with the jump shooter.
Oh, of course. Yeah, he had everything on that 2 ball. Look at this. Wide open.
So very often you will see players making a mistake and the opponent will punish and capitalize by running 2 or 3 in a row. That's the thing that separates the good from world-class players.
Yeah, that's true. You're talking about one of the best players in the world.
And if one of the best players in the world gives you a chance to take the lead, to take an advantage, and if you don't take it, I think he's
yeah, yeah. And Ted Lerner said something about the pool gods getting angry at you. Because we're giving you gifts and you're throwing it away, hence we will not give you gifts anymore.
Yes.
That applies in all sports, actually, not just in pool.
That's true.
Like in football, like you miss a penalty. That's like unforgivable,
yes.
Right? It's not like the keeper blocked it out. You just missed a penalty. And we've seen that happen a lot of times as well. Okay, he's okay.
He's landed very good on the 5 ball here.
Right. Probably one of the worst things that can happen to you in football is own goal. That drives you crazy. Yes. Remember the SEA Games in was it 2017? The SEA Games, Thailand won against Malaysia in the gold medal match, 1-0 on an own goal.
That would have definitely led to many sleepless nights.
Definitely, own goal. I think from the keeper, in fact.
So back to the game. Ko Pin Yi's taken the 10th rack.
Yeah.
With a break and run.
That's a 3rd in this match for Ko Pin Yi. Now he's padding his lead to 6-4. Rack number 10 is in the books. All these great world champions, you know, they sort of run into trouble early or probably the middle stages of the match and some find a way out.
I mean, that's what makes them world champions.
Yeah, that's right.
The ability to come back from a deficit or from tricky situations.
Right. Of course, that was the case earlier from Koping Chun when he was, he was down hill to 8.
Yeah.
His opponent was on the hill, and then that's it. Wasn't able to pull it out. But in this case, of course, it's still a long ways off.
Yeah. We are only in the middle of the game, and Desmond still has an opportunity to
exactly
pull off a few more racks. You never know how the game will go.
Well, again, if this guy breaks the way he's been breaking, Desmond Oud better get a blanket or something like that. Desmond Go, of course, been there, done that. Been around the scene. There's actually a basketball player here in Singapore by the name of Desmond O. Also played for the Singapore Slingers. 9 almost went down.
That's a good break from Ko Ping Yi.
Not an easy shot on the 2.
Not an easy shot, but he hit the break really well. I mean, you got the one in the side and the cue ball contact with the 9. So that's what the players are.
You always want that opportunity for the golden break. However, we have not seen a golden break yet here at our TV table.
Well, fortunate for us, we can watch more pool then.
That's right. Closest probably was AJ Manas earlier with a 2-9 combination.
Yes. That certainly came in handy in the win against Aloysius.
Yeah, because Aloysius almost made a comeback.
Yeah.
After that, because the 2-9 combination actually gave a 9-2 lead to AJ Manas, and then a mistake. Then Aloysius ran 2 racks. Wow, confident stroke.
That's a very good shot. Not only the pot was good, the contact on the 3 ball was judged to perfection.
Probably the hardest part of this layout from the 3 to the 4, which is not that hard. Everything else is there.
Yeah, I think.
Well, the six though is being blocked by the 9. Does play as a combination, but as much as possible, Gabriel, you know this, you don't want to really play combination shots.
Yeah, I mean, he has to land good on the 6. If he wants to play that combination, he has to land very good on the 6. Because the combination sorts of eats into you mentally. Because you're not really aiming to pot the ball that you're shooting, you're aiming to pot another ball. So it's a bit tricky sometimes.
This is a long distance shot on the 4.
I mean, I like the approach that Ko Ping Yi's had. I think he's also realized that he's not playing to his ability. So he's opting to do the simpler shot and settling for whatever the table presents himself.
Well, what the table presents right now is a long shot on the 4. If he does make it, doesn't even have to do anything with the cue ball here. He's not really that straight. Just pushes it.
That's a good shot from Ko Ping Yi.
And here's the key right now. How do you want to play the 6 ball?
I think the angle is very natural to play for the 5 to the 6 to land very straight on the combination. So I think all he's thinking is just avoiding having the cue ball stuck onto that long rail.
Well, he's played it this way. Might as well execute. That's about as close as you're going to get to perfect on it. Still got a lot of room for error on that shot. If it had landed anywhere else, probably think twice about going for the 6-9 combination. And he got it. So from being down 4-3, he's now strung together 4 in a row.
if you factor in those mistakes that Desmond did, he would still be up 6 racks to 5.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, that's what pool is.
Yeah. You can't go back to what's already gone.
No point crying over spilled milk. So, I mean, what Desmond needs now is a chance to recuperate
just a
himself.
chance. But again, also some form of focus, because when you do get a chance and then you squander the opportunity, you might not get an opportunity anymore. But we do have an opportunity right now to actually thank the people who have helped us make this event possible. Talking about TE Capital, our title sponsor, as well as the Asian Pool Federation and the Asian Pool Promotions. Matchroom World Nineball Tour. This is a ranking event for that, as well as our equipment sponsors, Rason, Mr. Sung's Acura Pool Table, as well as the Dynaspheres Palladium Pool Balls, CPBA Royal Cloth, and Perimeter Lightings, all on screen right now. And our trade sponsors, Camry Tips and Chalk, as well as the Q Shop, and our commercial sponsors, Arbor, Sinsun Lee, and our venue sponsor, this exquisite venue called the Aspire Recreation Center, right here at Harbourfront in Singapore. That's where we are broadcasting you from. Noel Zarate still working with Gabriel Lowe. 2 down on the break. Shot on the 2.
It's landed perfect for the 2 ball on the side. So, I mean, we're looking at a possible break and run for Ko Ping Yi.
Another one.
Another one.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been world class.
Right.
There's no other way to describe it. It's just that sometimes we forget these players are human. They make mistakes.
We've been used to too many video games. I mean, how many video games of pool do you play, right? When you're on the train or something like that, you have to pull it out. I actually have a snooker game on my phone as well when I get bored with Nineball.
You forget that, that is so difficult to play at a top level.
And if you're using a lot of the video games, they're, Q Sports video games, what? He can hit that at an angle. No, he cannot. That's why it's a video game, sir.
So Ko Ping Yi has opted to put on his extension.
Yeah. We've not seen the rest come out in this match. Okay. Maybe he should have used the rest in that shot. He's come up way short here on this 5. Now the cue ball has to take a train ride around Singapore, which I intend to do, by the way. Take a train ride around Singapore. I've never been. It's my first time here.
First time in Singapore.
Yeah. So how many rails are we talking about here?
I think 3 rails here.
Okay, let's count them. 1, 2. That's all.
He just doesn't want to be on that long rail. Okay, he's
right. Yeah.
So he's back in line again.
And you can see the moment he hit it, Desmond Go just relaxed in his chair again. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait till the next rack. Desmond ran 4 in a row, huh?
Yes, he won 4 racks in a row. He had a break and run in the middle of one of those 4 racks. So Ko Ping Yi is going to draw it back here off the long rail. He might need to do the same again because he's landed a little bit flat on the 7 ball.
One of the worst fears, of course, of playing these draw shots is when the cue ball skids. He put a little extra mustard on that to make sure that if it does skid, it'll still be okay.
Yep. Actually, we saw yesterday when Ko Ping Chung was playing against Sharon. He had a really bad skid on the 4 ball.
Right.
So I mean, that's one of the reasons why players they tend to shy away from that follow and the center ball striking. They like to play it low. They like to play it firm with a stun shot. As you can see, Ko Ping Yi playing with the stun draw stroke.
Enough to get him that rack. Rack number 12. Make that rack number 12 is now in the books. It is now an 8-4 lead. If you were joining us earlier and went out to get a sandwich, forgot the Syrah, came back for it and joined us again now, well, earlier was a 4-3 lead for Desmond Go. Now it is an 8-4 lead. He's not that fast, folks. That's editing. Yeah, you're talking about the draw as well.
I mean, for viewers who are joining us halfway, the scoreline doesn't really tell the narrative of how the game went.
That is true.
Especially in the middle for Ko Ping Lee.
Well, it now tells the narrative that since the time Ko Ping Yi got back to the table down 4-3, he's not really let his opponent do anything much. But there were also some mistakes from Desmond Go along the way.
That missed 8 ball and that missed 7 ball.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the two glaring errors that Desmond had.
Right. And remember that Desmond Go is the last bastion of hope for Singapore in this tournament. 5 Filipinos through to the round of 8. How many players from Chinese Taipei are going to get to do that? One Vietnamese, though.
One Vietnamese, yeah.
Has also made it.
Pulled off was it an upset against Philippines' Carl Amoroto.
Mm-hmm.
Winning 10 racks to 6.
Yeah, that was Bui Chung An. 10-6 over Kyle Amoroto, as you said. He will be facing another Filipino in AJ Manas tomorrow, who upset Aloysius Yap, and along the way also took down Luong Duk Tien.
So AJ Manas hasn't had an easy run in this competition.
That's right. He's earning everything right now. Almost another make on the 9-ball there. However, for Ko Ping Yi, not only is he getting a good break, he's also getting a good look at the object ball coming off the... Of course, speaking of the players from Chinese Taipei, one has already gone through to the final 8. That's Ko Ping Chun. Earlier, Ko Ping Chung, of course, defeated Mickey Krauss in a classic hill-hill matchup, which we saw earlier today prior to this match. Ooh.
So he's missed the 2-ball. I mean, it's not, even though it was close, it was not that easy of a shot because he had to navigate around the 6, the contact on the 6-ball to place for the 3. So, I mean, write that down. There's a miss from Ko Ping Yi.
Right.
And of course, the center pockets aren't forgiving.
Oh, that's very true. But now a situation where the 2-ball is very close to the 9-ball. Of course, that's a very low percentage idea.
So the 9-ball actually acts as a potting guide.
Exactly. Could be. Or the way he's aiming right now, it's like a billiard.
I think he's looking to run safe or cross bank on the 2. He's running safe.
Okay, there you go.
Behind this wall of balls here.
Okay, so he still needs more time to warm up after being in the freezer for about 3 racks. Well, not just 3 racks, by 5 racks, actually. So again, an update on the quarterfinals. We have 5 Filipinos through, 1 player from Vietnam, 1 player from Chinese Taipei. Could it be a second one? Or will it be a miracle for the Singaporean?
I mean, everybody in Singapore is certainly rooting for Desmond.
Well, let's see if Ko Ping Yi can get out of this mess.
So he has to kick this 2-ball, 1 rail. Never easy, these kinds of kicks, these 1 rail kicks.
He missed a kick shot earlier. This time he makes contact. But the cue ball has gone to the netherworld.
And with the way the balls are spread, it looks like it's going to be an easy clearance for Desmond because all he just needs to do is pot the 2, 3 and the 4-9 is a formality.
Yeah, we said that before when he had 3 balls left. We said that before we had 2 balls left. So until he does make the clearance.
So 2 and 3 into the side pocket. a little hampered over the 7 ball.
That doesn't show up in video games, guys. You're having to pot over a ball. I mean, this is real life.
Yeah, and shooting those balls are never easy.
Okay, this is the combination shot that should get him back. And he makes it. So sparse applause, but applause nonetheless from the Singaporeans who are still here, hoping against hope that their boy can upset one of the best in the world. And it will be in the hands of Desmond Go as he breaks in the next rack. So again, all you need is a little bit of help from the poker gods, or make that the pool gods, wrong sport again, from the pool gods.
So Desmond has had mixed success with the break shot. He's made the one on the side a couple of times and he's missed it a couple of times. So, I mean, I think he's got the break. He's found the solution to making the one on the side.
Oh, so he's the one with the blanket now.
So the players are actually sitting right underneath 2 aircon vents.
No, I went there earlier. It's like, how can you actually take this?
Yes.
I'm sure you get sleepy after a while if you you sit below an air conditioning vent.
The chairs are very comfortable.
Oh,
so.
That's true also. I mean, the Aspire Recreation Club has pulled out all the stops to make sure that everyone's comfortable. There's the hold before the break. Miss on the one.
The one has set per...
Can he see it though?
Can't see it.
Okay. Can he see what he needs to see from the one?
No, I think he can see the right side of the one ball, but not the left side. So I think the pot is off.
Look at that, everybody colliding into that corner pocket, no one going down.
You might see the jump cue making a...
That actually would be a good idea, but he's thinking safety here. He does have some blockers down there. The 4 and the 5. Barely gets there though.
So he's played that well, but he's left the easy one real kick for Desmond to... So he's looking to contact the left side of the one ball to send the cue ball back into the 4 and 5 and the one ball up table. Easier said than done.
It actually just makes sense, but you're right, execution is a different animal. Double contact.
He's hit that a little bit with too much right hand spin, but it's got a good result.
Even if the one goes, position on the 2 is not automatic here, Gabriel.
Yeah. So it's all to play for rack 14. It looks like he's attacking this one ball.
Nicely done. Needed to cheat the pocket to achieve that. And yet he's still not automatic on this 2 ball, although it is make.
So he'll be looking to run the cue ball between the long rails.
Now looks like he's home.
Not yet
Oh,
because
yeah, you're
the
right. The
3 to the
4.
4 ball is not very easy. So he probably has to settle for a long, thin 4 ball.
Unless he wants to make that cue ball go to Malaysia first.
But that's something about Ko Ping Yi. You rarely see that.
That's
you know
true.
what I mean?
That's true.
He's always doing the easier shot, the effective play, simple. Probably what makes him so good. Even when he's not playing his best.
Right.
He still runs racks.
Let's just say that he's a percentage player.
Yeah.
Play the higher percentage shot most of the time. You see some players gambling a bit with regards to their shot selection. Not this guy. So thin cut it is.
So he'll play this with bottom right.
Mm-hmm. Double clutching on this one.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of options for him, so he's still hasn't really made up his mind
There's
yet.
actually a safety option right there as well. Right behind the 5 ball.
Yeah, it's actually a very simple safety, but I think he wants to attack.
Oh.
That's a
Got
good call
Gabriel
there.
on that one. Got Gabriel on that one, guys.
That's a very good call.
It was a safety right behind the 5. Sending the 4 ball to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean.
I think he weighed his options there. He felt that the pot wasn't...
He was about to strike the pot, mind you.
Yeah.
Then he thought about it and said, wait a second. There's a way to make this a hard shot.
Yeah. And where he's left the 4 is very smart because it's not easy to kick with the 6 and 7 there.
So it's going to have to be a jump shot. Now remember, Desmond Go had a jump shot from heaven earlier. Can he do it again? Well, wrong ball went in.
Hit the cue ball this time.
Yeah.
I mean, that was not an easy shot.
Yeah.
There was really no clear safety option, especially with the jump cue. So I think he was just hitting it and sort of hoping for a good outcome.
Well, the good outcome belongs to Ko Ping Yi because he has ball in hand.
Yeah. So right now he's going to leave the cue ball in the middle of the table to go 2 rails around for the 6 ball.
Remember, starting tomorrow, I believe the shot clock's going to be operational. That's a 30-second shot clock. So all of this stroking of the stick, all of the head scratching, all of the, going around the table, that's going to be going away.
But I think that the Ko brothers and all the players are also used to the shot clock.
They're all international campaigners, so.
So Noel, if Ko Ping Yi wins this game, who are you picking for the tournament, to win the tournament?
He's got a legitimate chance.
Yeah.
I would really think. It looks like the brothers are on opposite sides, right? On the same side.
So,
the brothers would probably meet in the semifinals.
Yeah, that's a fairy tale ending we always like to see, right?
That's true.
I think James Aranas might be.
You want a repeat of last year?
Yeah.
Well, James Aranas is going to be going up against Jonas Magpantay. Jun Del Mazon is actually quite. He could be a fairy tale story as well as AJ Manas.
Yeah. I mean, Jun Del Mazon hasn't really been competing on the scene. He's recently made a comeback with all the matchroom tournaments that's happening in the region. He went to the Taiwanese tournament.
Yeah, actually, he was telling me that he arrived with AJ Manas. They came on the same flight.
Yeah.
And they took in the sights already. So they're done with the sightseeing part of Singapore. Now they're here for business. It wouldn't be a treat, of course. Of course, yeah, the seeded players, of course, the co-brothers. But wouldn't it be a treat to see Jundel Mazon and AJ Manas in the final?
Yeah, who would have expected that in the final?
The oldest Filipino in the contingent against the youngest Filipino in the contingent.
For that to happen, they have to maintain standard of play that they have been playing for the past few days.
Well, AJ Manas is going to have his hands full against Bui Chung An tomorrow. And Jundel Mazon, of course, is going to take on the winner of this match.
Which looks most likely Ko Ping Yi.
Yeah, he's on the hill
right now. Hill, yeah. Leading 9 racks to 5.
After being down 4 racks to 3. He's pulled off 6 out of the last 7. Breaking for a spot in the final 8. Ko Ping Yi of Chinese Taipei. That's a problem right off the bat. He did make multiple balls, but the 2 and the 8 are out on a date.
And they don't line up into the corner pocket, so he's got to play a bit of a defense here.
From this angle, what defense can he do?
With the 8 being there, I mean, any contact on the 2 ball would mean that the 2 ball will be staying there. So
gotta hit a rail.
Maybe he's looking to go around the 6. Oh,
okay, he hit a rail.
Played very, very simple there.
Yeah, kept it simple. However, the 2 is seen and the cue ball can just nuzzle. I'm not quite sure if he can do that though. It's a really small alley that Desmond Go has.
So he's looking to kick at his soft, making contact with the 2 and a rail. That's good hit.
Contact made.
So I was talking to Ko Ping Yi just now, and he actually mentioned that apart from his Ko jump cue, he's actually using his own tip brand. Yeah?
Right. Yes.
And if you see that his case is also his own brand.
Oh, you reach superstar status, that's for sure.
Yeah. And you can see on his left arm sleeve, he has the logo patch of his own brand, Ko jump cues and Ko tips.
Great opportunity to market here to millions of viewers around the world.
And I'll be sold by the way he plays.
Of course. Well, that's a given already. I mean, they've been watching him for like almost 10 years already on the scene. Desmond's got a kick. He's telling us exactly where he intends to go.
He's aiming to hit the long rail with a lot of left hand side spin and feigning the 2 ball.
Might even have some notions of potting the 2 ball. Let's see if he can pull out an effort here. Nah, he's using the 9 as a blocker.
That's a very good shot from Desmond.
Right.
Acknowledged by Ko Ping Yi with a tap on the table. I mean, it's never easy to judge kick shots like that, especially when you're playing so much side spin on the ball.
But again, experience your best friend with regards to that. That's why you always see the Filipinos are really good kick shot artists, because at a very young age when they train, they don't have jump cues.
Yeah.
And that's a foul.
So the kick save played by Desmond has paid off, and now he has ball in hand.
With an open table.
It's a very good opportunity to get it to 9 racks to 6.
Hey, you got to start somewhere. As long as your opponent's not yet at 10, you have a chance.
Yeah, and if he can pull off what he did in the earlier part of the game, winning 4 racks in a row, he will win.
He gets 4 racks in a row. Now we have a hill match.
Yeah.
And he'd be breaking in hill match.
Yeah.
Think about the opportunity there.
So he wants an angle here for the 5 to the 6. Ideally to draw past the 8.
That's enough angle.
That's good.
Any further, it would have been straight in.
Still doesn't look too particularly pleased.
He's probably not pleased with being underneath that air conditioning vent for about an hour.
Without a sweater, without a blanket.
Yeah, without anything. He'll be doing everything in his power to make sure that he stays at the table.
That's a good shot played by Desmond. It's never easy playing a shot at that kind of pace on these pockets.
Mm-hmm.
You can see perfect view of how big the pocket is now, rather how small it is.
Right. 7 into the same pocket as the 6. 8 ball waiting in the side. Now it all depends. Well, first he needs to get all these balls down, but it all depends now on his break. Remember the last time Desmond Go went up to the table, he did not make a ball on the break.
So he played around the 9. He's landed a little bit on the wrong side of the 8 ball here, so he has options of just rolling it down or going 3 rails around the table.
3 rails, of course, is going to make your arm move a little bit. You know, you need to get the blood flowing there again.
But from where from what he just did, it indicates that he's just going to roll it and leave a longer 9.
Or maybe do this. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh my goodness, he wasn't even supposed to come that close to the side pocket.
That was quite a bad misjudgment there from Desmond. I think he was better off just rolling and taking a longer 9.
He's listening to me more than he's listening to you. Almost cost him the rack. He's got to steady himself right now.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a better shot. Well, he's fortunate to get this kind of a shot.
It's not easy being so close to the rail. But I favor him to make it.
Make it, he did. So that's rack number 15, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, rack number 15 goes the way of Desmond Go of Singapore. His smile is back. Yeah, they all started with that 2-8 problem, and then a safety battle ensued, wherein Desmond Go was victorious, making Copenhagen foul, giving him ball in hand. A little bit of drama in the end with this shot from the 8 to the 9, but no problem.
So a hand in apology to Copenhagen for
because that was supposed to scratch already.
I mean, it was very, very close. I mean, he didn't even have to go there.
Yeah.
But
tell him about it at the end, Gabriel. Why didn't you just roll it? Almost gave us a heart attack.
Well, he's the man at the table. So.
Yeah. Rack number 16, trying to stay alive. Desmond Go of Singapore. He's got to play error-free here. His opponent's already on the hill.
And I don't think you can count on Copenhagen to be making so many mistakes.
Right. Good break.
It's a cue ball.
And cue ball's going to stay up somehow. No immediate shot on the 2. That's a problem. We could be seeing a push out here.
I think he's counting his blessings that that cue ball didn't drop.
Right.
Because if that cue ball dropped, this wreck it'll be over.
Yeah. Well, again, the same here now for Copigny. He knows he's coming back at the table regardless now, because that left side of that pocket is blocking the direct access to the 2 ball. So it's a push out, but to where? The 8's also blocking the 2.
Yep. This is not an easy push out. He might just push it forward that the jaw, it comes out of the jaw. Because if he's leaving anything that requires a kick shot, I think Copigny will just put him back into the situation.
Right. Yeah, we've seen that happen before.
It's frequently mentioned as a game within the game.
Right,
the push out.
Right.
Because you got to know what your strength is and what your opponent's strength is.
Right. It's a pity in 10 ball they don't have the push out, right? Or do they?
I mean, depends what kind of rules you play.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Because this is actually quite the meta game in terms of mental fortitude here, putting your opponent on a, thinking of what you're going to be doing next.
So he's called for the push out.
I thought he said extension. That's for tomorrow. Gonna get past the 6. In potting range.
But the cue ball might be making contact into the 5. So
yeah, watch out for the scratch too.
It's certainly makeable, but where the cue ball is going after that, not so predictable. Cole just having a little breather there.
Yeah, literally.
He knows the importance of this shot because he's on the hill. So if he gets this and gets shaped from 3 ball, he's probably out.
Rolls it, makes it.
He has the legs.
No, he
doesn't have the legs.
Does not get shape on the 3. As the plot thickens. Yeah, contact on the 5 was all scary. It's a good thing he played it at that pace. Otherwise, he might have been up for a scratch as well.
So that was a good push out by Des because he knew that the pot was on, but the placing was
right.
Never a certainty.
He's going to have to kick.
So he's looking to contact the 3 ball on the right side from our view now.
Trying to use the 4 and the 5 as blockers as well.
Yeah. Wow, that's great.
Oh, watch out. Hits the point, stays up. Great result.
That's a very good shot played by Copigny.
That's a 1 railer or 2 railer. It's up to you now, Desmond. Go.
So the 3-4 combination is on. So any contact on the 3 ball might lead to a 3-4 combination.
But then again, the 3 might just get stuck behind the 5. And we're going to have to do this all over again.
That's the beauty of this format, right?
That's true. I venture he's going to make it, really, but what's the reward going to be after making the pot?
And I don't foresee him hitting this soft. I think he's going to play this some pace.
That's true. Well, you can change the geography of the balls.
Oh, he's made it.
Oh, he has not, but he's left the safety that he was afraid of. That's exactly what we're talking about. The 3 is going to land behind the 5. Even if he made the 4, then he would have a problem with that. Now the problem belongs to Copigny. Guess what? He's going to play the same shot.
So that's the tactical strength we were talking about with Desmond just now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this showing has certainly shown that his strengths are with more of this kind of tactical plays.
And I'm sure, as for Kopi, he's already been taught respect all your opponents. Not just because this guy's not world ranked that he's a pushover. He's definitely, Desmond Go is not a pushover, guys. He's a very strong tactical player. 2 rails just to make sure this time.
The 3 balls landed very weird. I think it's the only position where he can't make the 3 ball.
That's true. Looks like it's frozen against the long rail.
I mean, Ko Ping-yi didn't deserve that. I mean,
yes.
he hit it really good, and I think that the outcome should have favored him.
Now he's going to have to send the cue ball to another continent. Try to use the 9 and the 5 as interfering balls. Even in the video games, guys, this is impossible. No matter how thin you aim at this in the video games, I guarantee you this is not a make. Although in the video game it's a kick shot.
So he has options. He can hit it thicker and play a bit of draw with left hand spin to send the cue ball up. Or he could just play it soft and use the 5-9 as blockers.
Or he can just leave it on top of the 3.
Also, he's opted to play it soft instead, which is it's the simple but effective play.
But less mental calculations now, getting contact on the 3 ball.
Yep.
The rest. First time it makes an appearance here.
So with where the 5, 8, and 9 balls are, the probability of a kick save is very high. All he just needs to do is kick and stick the cue ball.
This is 2 rails too, right?
Yeah, this is 2 rails. Kick and stick the cue ball right where it is now, and he will get the safety. Just don't make it inside.
That would be disastrous.
Well, there's still some form of comfort there because the 5 is right behind.
Oh, how about potting it? Oh, he almost got it.
That's
well, yeah, 3 is obviously out in the open now, but distance and the cue ball being against the rail deters you from being aggressive on this.
So with the finish line within sight, do you think Ko is going to opt to be more attacking or defensive?
I wouldn't. I really wouldn't right now. This is a big gamble if he takes this on.
Yeah.
It's too big of a gamble, especially with all those balls with no issues. I wouldn't fault him if he did it, but
looks like he's going for it.
He wasn't. That was less than a 50-50 chance, really, from that. If the cue ball, perhaps Gabriel was not on the bottom rail, maybe.
Correct. Yeah. I think that shot he played, he was also within 2 minds on how to play it because he didn't really seem settled on whether to go for the pot. Neither did he really seem like he wanted to play safe. So another opportunity for Desmond. To make it 9 racks to 7. Who would have expected that?
Yeah, and breaking again.
Yeah. Desmond Go, a player from Singapore that I'm sure most people overseas have never heard of.
Pretty sure. This is the first time I've heard of him for sure. And after today, I will remember how he put Ko Ping-yi in the blender.
First, he has to clear the remaining 5 balls on the table.
Right. And it looks like from the angle he landed on the 5, it's all natural.
A little bit of a touchy shot for the 5 ball, but I expect him to deal with it. But these are missable. When you're playing across the table with side spin and hitting it soft, you never know. Good shot played by Desmond.
Perfectly executed. Again, the sparse applause. And guarantee that applause is going to kick up a few decibels if he does pull off this win in rack number 16.
And he's held together quite well in this game.
Well, he's a veteran. I mean, he's probably not an international campaigner as most of the players here are, but he knows what he's doing. He knows his stuff.
And in fact, just maybe about 2019, he actually beat Aloysius in our national tournament final.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, no easy feat.
No easy feat going up against Aloysius in any format.
Yep. And that really turned a few heads when he beat Aloysius, because no one was expecting him to win.
He's going to turn a lot of heads if he can go on to beat Ko Pin Yi.
Yeah.
Ko Pin Yi also with a few glaring mistakes in this match. Also proving that he is human. He's not the Terminator like Niels Payen is, who's also made a few mistakes in some tournaments he's been in.
But I guarantee you that if Ko Pin Yi were to get across the line in this game, he will come back tomorrow very, very strong.
Very strong. He's going to watch a lot of film, as we call it. But for now, Desmond Go is about to take down rack number 16 and leave his opponent on the hill. And the applause getting louder now for the last man standing from Singapore. 9-7. The lead of Ko Pin Yi against that man, Desmond Go. Looks like Ko Pin Yi has left the building. And it looks like Desmond Go is going to follow suit. And with that, we are going to step away as well. Be back in a moment. We leave you with highlights of that very, very interesting rack number 16. Stay with us. And it will be Desmond Go breaking here in rack number 17. Boy, who would expect that it would last this long between these two gentlemen? But again, if you're just joining us, after winning the first 3 racks, Ko Pin Yi surrendered 4 in a row. And since then, Ko Pin Yi, of course, had taken the lead all the way down to being on the hill first. But Desmond Go is not giving up the ship. Down 9-7. Again gets the one on the break. Deuce. Well, that's not going to be easy. Noel Zarate still bringing you the action alongside Gabriel Lowe. And the option here right now, attack the 2-ball. But what is his safety option here, Gabriel?
So, I mean, few options here. I think cutting the 2-ball in on the right side, using the 3 and 4 as blockers. That's one of his possibilities. I mean, I would think that's the highest percentage shot that he's presented with.
We've got to check if he's wearing an earpiece, because he might be listening to your suggestion.
But from previous showings, I think he's listening to you.
I have no suggestion for this shot right now. The way I usually play this, I put the cue ball right on top of the 2-ball, and you figure it out. Usually my opponent just kicks at it.
So the cue ball is going to run past the 6, behind the 5 and the 9, if all goes well. Yep, that's where he played it. Oh, he played with a little bit more side spin.
I think part of the 2 is seen. Oh no, the way he's just looking at the long rail, trying to kick from that angle.
So Ko Ping-yi is looking to play with draw with a bit of left hand side to stop the cue ball right where the 2-ball is right now.
Now the problem is, does he leave the 2-ball? Does he get safe on the 2-ball, or the 2-ball might just be peeking out still?
Yeah, you might see he's going to hit this with quite a bit of pace on this ball. On this shot.
Now that's going to get the job done.
Yeah, he needs to send that cue ball all the way down.
Right.
To the other half of the table. Never easy kicking at this kind of ball at that kind of speed. So he's lining up with bottom left. He's got it.
Oh, does he? Yes, he does.
What a shot he played there.
Yeah, this is a jump shot though.
Desmond's opting to get his jump cue out. Well, there's a lot of pressure on this jump shot on the 2, because if he sells out, it's game over. It's tournament over is for him.
He actually did make one earlier.
On the same 2-ball actually.
Yeah, that's true.
So could we be seeing another spectacular jump pot from Desmond?
Makes contact with it, but well, that's probably the best result that you could hope for there.
So he hasn't left Ko Ping-yi open shot. But he does
left him. Yeah, he's left him with a clean look on the 2. However, no offensive option.
Safety options available. Cue ball behind the 3. 2-ball behind the 3. I think he's lining up for the cue ball behind the 3-ball instead.
Won't get behind the 3 though. The 5 is blocking the 2.
Yeah.
That's the saving grace of that shot. Any harder, that 2 would have been easily makeable into the corner pocket.
That's actually the second time he's fallen short on the safety of that nature. And I think because the table's running a little bit slow, so you can't really gauge the speed very well. So in that particular instance, I think cutting the right side of the 2-ball was a better shot choice for Ko Ping-yi.
Well, now for Desmond Go, he is going to try to put this cue ball behind the 5. Mission accomplished.
That's a good shot played by Desmond. So he's only left the jump option for Ko Ping-yi.
Or the kick on the bottom rail, which requires the rest.
As we saw just now, he's not really a big fan of using that rest.
That's right.
So out comes his own branded jump cue.
What do you call it?
Co-jump cue.
The co-jump cue. Is it available in the Philippines, though?
Yeah, it is actually.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
At a place called Hard Time Sports Bar.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yes, I've been to Hard Times many times.
Oh, that was a very fortunate roll for Ko Ping-yi.
And also a fortunate result, because despite the fact that this is a straight-in shot on the 2, it is almost like less than a 50-50 chance of making it. But imagine if he had scratched that with ball in hand and this layout.
So nothing easy here for Desmond.
Just make contact and try to hide it behind the 3. I think that would be.
Oh, he might be attacking this.
Oh, that's less than a 50-50 shot, though. Let's see what he does.
I think he's attacking it.
I think he's got a headphone. I think he's got earphones on. He's listening to us debate about his next move. It's like, shut up, guys. Let me shoot this. All right, we will be quiet now when he gets into position. Oh.
Will he get behind the 9?
No, he does not.
That was the risk playing that shot, because you couldn't afford to hit the right side of the 3 ball, because the 2 will always be tracking to the corner pocket. So he needed to hit it full on the 3. That was the tough part about
now,
that
how
shot.
much of the 2 is seen? I guess that's our answer.
Oh, well, the jump cue's up.
Yeah. What do you mean? He's got to jump over the 9. And is the 4 ball clear?
He'll be placing for the red 3 ball. So I think he's going to play a stun with a bit of side.
He went offensive all the way. And he does not get fortunate this time. That 2 ball is seen.
Desmond go with a brilliant opportunity to take the game to 9 racks to 8.
Wow. And guess who's going to be the nervous one heading into the next rack? It's going to be Ko Ping-yi. A little over, though.
Oh,
he's a little over, and he's now have to cue over the 4 ball.
That was a very big mistake from Desmond.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing on that positional shot that had to make him run the cue ball to where the 4 ball is.
To play at that speed, you're right.
I think it's just the nerves.
He just has to concentrate on making this. Forget the 4 ball, just make the 3 ball first.
Yeah. It's a good camera angle.
Just missed it. Dug his own hole there.
That's painful. It has to hurt. Because, I mean, he was given one of the best opportunities to close up, to tie up the game.
Right. It was really at that speed, and he played it. Any softer, it would have been okay. Any harder, would have been okay.
Yeah. So Ko Ping-yi has to treasure this opportunity he has back on the table.
I'm pretty sure Ko Ping-yi is not going to let him back anymore. This is it. I mean, I'm closing the door, sir.
So a little bit of navigating to do for the 4 to the 5. All he needs to do now is land on the top side of the 6 ball, and I think that will be the game.
Yeah, that's it. You can also see that he's a little bit disgruntled.
Yeah. I don't think he's particularly pleased about his performance in this
about
game.
it. Yeah, that's right. The only one pleased with his performance are the commentators and the people watching, because they're seeing somebody become human. Somebody who's a world champion become human.
He doesn't want to be too straight on the 7-ball.
But I'm actually with you on what you said, Gabriel, earlier, that when he goes on to win this and he goes back to his hotel room tonight, he's going to come back 10 times stronger tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes players need these kinds of scenarios to happen to them. You know, it will strike a chord in them.
Well, Jundel Mazon will be his next opponent tomorrow. It's going to be veteran against world champion. Desmond Go came really close.
Well, I think he'll be disappointed, but he can certainly take a lot of positives from this game.
There it is, folks. Officially a 10-7 win for Ko Pin Yi, and he catches the last bus to the quarterfinals, where he will be facing Jundel Mazon of the Philippines, and the top 16 finish, of course, for the gentleman from Singapore, Desmond Go. So we will look at the highlights in just a few moments. Again, the final score 10-7 in favor of Ko Pin Yi, and he is moving on to the final 8. And your thoughts on this match as we take a look at the highlights here, Gabriel?
Well, I mean, into this game, Desmond was the underdog, so no one expected him to make it this close. So, but from Desmond's point of view, I feel that he had many opportunities that he squandered to Ko Pin Yi to potentially to have a big lead. So, I mean, he will be a bit disappointed, but the fact that he made it to 10-7 is a feat in itself against a former world champion.
For Ko Pin Yi, he's going to watch these highlights and so much more later on when he gets back to his hotel room. Once again, our final score 10-7. Ko Pin Yi through to the next round by defeating Desmond Go. We're going to take this short break. We'll be back to wrap it up after these.
Experience the pinnacle of billiard excellence with our precision-crafted cloth, trusted by champions worldwide. Engineered for flawless play, it's the surface that elevates your game. From professionals to enthusiasts, discover a world where mastery meets innovation. Explore our range of colors and textures to express your unique style. Elevate your game with us. Visit our website today at www.cpbabrand.com.
You don't have to play like a pro to enjoy the game I love.
If you've ever played in a friend's basement, you can compete in an APA league. In the APA, everyone can play and anyone can win. So if you're looking for a fun night out with your friends and family, join an APA pool league today.
Have fun, meet people, play pool.
Visit poolplayers.com today.
Multi-world champion Ko Pin Yi from Chinese Taipei, a 10-7 winner over Singapore's Desmond Go. He's through to the quarterfinals here in Singapore. So first, your brother, a long match, right? Went all the way to the end, and you a very long, tiring match. I don't think you're happy. You look relieved.
所以他说了，今天已经是一个很长的一天，你刚才弟弟打了一个很长的比赛，然后你自己也打了一个很长的比赛，所以就觉得今天你觉得怎么样？
就是这一场比赛打得比较煎熬一点，因为这现场还蛮冷的，然后我有可能在下面坐个5分钟，我上去我的手就冷掉了，所以就打起来其实不是这么的顺，但还好后来运气不错，还能赢得这场比赛。
So he said, yeah, it was a long day. Then actually the environment is actually very cold. So every time he sat down for 5 minutes, and then when he went up, it's very hard for him to get back on his pace. Yeah, and but he felt that he was very lucky as well. Yeah, so that he managed to actually win the game.
I think also this being an event with mostly Asian players. I mean, there's some amazing players in Asia. Many we haven't heard about. Desmond Go, very tough opponent, isn't he?
所以在因为这一次的比赛就是比较多Asian 的 players，所以你因为 especially 像 Desmond Go 这样通常你有跟 Desmond Go 打过吗？就是
之前好像有跟他打过，所以
就是就是因为有很多突然间有很多比较难打的，所以你觉得是怎么样？
我觉得这一场比赛，这个 Desmond 呢，他在新加坡也是非常厉害的一个选手。那这场比赛其实我们2个人都没有打好，那也就是也是跟刚刚一样，就是我的运气比较好一点，所以在最后我赢了这场比赛。那他也打得很好，后面也打得很好。
So he said that Desmond was quite a tough opponent, and he played very well. The two of them didn't play as well as they wanted to, but he was on the luckier side. That's why he managed to actually win the competition. Yes.
So you're into the quarterfinals now. How do you see your chances moving forward? Do you think you're playing good enough to win the event?
现在你已经进入了前8。所以你觉得你下半场你会打得怎么样？然后觉得就是大概就是会打得怎么样？
我现在就很开心的能够进入前8，那我希望明天的比赛我都能打好我的水准。那输赢我觉得不重要，我觉得我只在乎我自己有没有打好。
He feels that winning or losing is not very important. It's more of like whether he himself actually played well, and that he feels that for tomorrow he will do his best. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll give you one chance. You can say hello to your fans out there in Chinese Taipei and family.
Hello, my friend, my fans. Thank you so much. Support me, and a little bit also is okay. And I want to thank you my parents. Yeah, thank you.
Well, that was surprising. Very good. That was good. All right, a winner and into the quarterfinals here in Singapore, multi-world champion Ko Pin-Yi. Let's go back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Ted Lerner, for that insightful interview. And now, of course, the stage is set for our Final Four. Ko Pin-Yi will be going up against Jundel Mazon of the Philippines tomorrow. Also, James Aranas taking on Jonas Magpantay. We also have Goy Goy Marvin Asis taking on Ko Ping Chun. And the last quarterfinal, of course, will be AJ Manas of the Philippines going up against Bu Chung An of Vietnam. A long day here in Singapore, but a longer day awaits us tomorrow as the quarterfinals of the TE Capital APP 9-ball tournament will take place. For everybody, the hardworking men and women of this tournament, all the broadcast production team as well, my name is Noel Zarate. It is good night from Singapore. See you tomorrow for the quarterfinals.